The Sacramento County Planning Commission to order for August 22nd, 2022. You go ahead and make the announcements for this evening.
Okay. The county fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The county does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the meeting is open to public attendance pursuant to health and safety guidelines. The practice of social distancing and wearing of face coverings, masks, or shield is recommended for the health and safety of all persons participating in person during the meeting, although it is not required. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. To make a public comment, please complete a speaker request form and hand it to the clerk. The chairperson will call your name when it's your turn to make a comment. You may also send a written comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record.
Thank you so much. And if you go ahead and call the roll.
Absolutely. Commissioners Borja,
Here.
Rathel,
Here.
Corona Sabignano,
Here.
Tatishi,
Here.
and Wong. And you do have a quorum with those members present.
Thank you so much. If you all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with that, will you go ahead and call item number 1 this evening?
Certainly. Item number 1 is for a time extension located east of Waterman Road and north of the intersection of Gerber Road and Waterman Road in the Vineyard community, and the environmental document is a prior supplemental environmental impact report.
So good evening, Commissioners. Chris Bahuli, Principal Planner. The first 2 items on the Planning Commission's agenda are time extensions for vesting tentative subdivision maps in the North Vineyard Station specific plan area. Both of these items have the same applicant team, and the applicant's representative is in attendance this evening. With the number of items planned for this hearing and the relative straightforwardness of these 2 requests, staff did not prepare a PowerPoint presentation for these items. Emma Patton, our lead planner for these 2 time extension requests, is at the lectern and can provide a brief review of each project for the commission, or alternatively can answer questions that the commissioners may have for these items. And I should note that each item will need to be called separately, so we are on item number 1 currently.
Thank you so much. With that, we'll open it up to questions from commissioners. Or if anybody hasn't reviewed the or would like more of a presentation, happy to allow it tonight, but I'm good with that one.
I'm good as well.
All right. Any questions for Emma this evening or other staff? Commissioner Borja, feel free to speak from on high, wherever you are.
No questions, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. And so we'll need to open up public comment for each item individually. Perfect. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and open up public comment for item number 1. I don't have any speaker cards for item number 1 this evening, but if there's anybody in the chambers that would like to address item number 1.
You want to have you can ask the applicant to speak if they want to.
Fair enough. If the applicant is here, if you'd like to address the commission on item number 1. No, there's nothing we'd like to address. Thank you so much. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open public comment.
And there are no public comments by phone.
All right, we have no public comments in the chambers or online, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move on to commission discussion or a motion.
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item number 1 for staff recommendation. Please call the roll.
Commissioners Borja,
Aye.
Rathel,
Aye.
Corona Sabignano,
Aye.
and Tatishi.
Aye.
And the motion passes with those members present.
All right, that concludes item number 1 this evening. If you move on to item number 2.
Item number 2 is for a time extension located north of Gerber Road at the intersection of Gerber Road and Waterman Road in the Vineyard community, and the environmental document is a prior mitigated Negative declaration.
All right, I'll ask again. Any commissioners with questions for Emma on item number 2? All right, seeing none, we'll check in with the applicant real quick. Would you like to address the commission on this item? All right, with that, we'll move on to public comment. If you're here to address the commission on item number 2. Clerk, anyone on the phone this evening?
And there is no one on the phone this evening.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on item number 2. We'll move on to commission discussion and a vote.
I'll move staff recommendations.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation. Please call the roll.
Commissioners Borja,
Aye.
Rico,
Aye.
Corona Sabignano,
Aye.
Tatishi,
Aye.
and the motion passes for staff recommendation with those members present.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to item number 3.
And item number 3 is for a general plan amendment and zoning ordinance amendment. And it's countywide. Environmental document is a negative declaration.
Try it now. I think.
Hello, I'm Mickey McDaniel. I'm a senior planner with the Department of Transportation. I will be presenting the final active transportation plan tonight. I am joined by Matt Darrow. He's our Chief of Planning for the Department of Transportation, as well as Christy Grabo, Associate Planner at Planning and Environmental Review. Alta Planning is the prime consultant on this project. Civic Thread led our public engagement. DKS Associates performed analysis. The Sacramento County Bicycle Advisory Committee provided input on this plan, the development, outreach, and ultimately the plan before you today. Our neighboring jurisdictions provided comment, helping us to maintain connectivity beyond borders. Kicking off in spring 2020, we heard from community members all across unincorporated county about ways to make walking, biking, and rolling safer, easier, and more comfortable for people of all ages and abilities. Next slide, please. Today, we are requesting that the Planning Commission make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to 1, adopt the Sacramento County Active Transportation Plan, 2, amend the general plan to modify text in the air quality, circulation, and environmental justice elements to remove reference to the bicycle and pedestrian master plans to be replaced by the Sacramento County Active Transportation Plan. And 3, adopt a zoning ordinance amendment to amend the Old Lawrentown Special Planning Area to be consistent with the trail system identified in the Active Transportation Plan. Next slide. The Active Transportation Plan is a blueprint for how walkways and bikeways will build out in unincorporated county going into the future. We have 4 goals for the ATP. 1 is to improve safety for everyone, especially people walking, biking, and rolling. 2, to develop more connected bicycle and sidewalk networks. 3, increase access to parks, schools, and other community destinations. And 4, make walking, biking, and rolling more comfortable. Next slide, please. We kicked off in spring 2020 with our first phase of engagement where we were trying to learn about people's challenges in walking and biking. We wanted to learn how can we improve how people get to where they wish to go. In phase 2 of engagement, we took what we heard in the first phase and we combined that with analysis that was performed by Alta and DKS. We combined those and made recommendations for infrastructure and programming. We took all of that information and we went back out to the community and we asked for further input on the recommendations through a second set of workshops and pop-up activities. There were 20 in all. We developed a survey. We received over 840 responses, and we posted a web map where we gathered input on specific facilities that we were recommending. Based on all of that outreach and public comment, we developed a draft plan and held a 3-week period where the public was able to comment, and that ended on November 14th. We held workshops with this commission and the Board of Supervisors, and we also posted an accessible version of the active transportation plan for people with visual impairment. Let's see. Next slide, please. We stand on the shoulders of other related plans, such as the ADA Transition Plan, which was adopted in 2019. There was a boatload of GIS data that came out of that plan. For example, we gained a lot of data on the compliance level of existing sidewalk throughout the county. We asked County GIS to then take that data and create a sidewalk gap layer. And that gap layer was used in the ATP to hone in on where best to propose new sidewalks. Here, we're looking at one of the focus maps for the priority sidewalk gaps. We have 192 miles of sidewalk gaps to fill in. Next slide. Let's see. We identified 194 priority intersections where adding an enhancement such as a crosswalk or leading pedestrian interval at a signalized intersection can make walking easier. Let's see. The full tables and maps are in the appendices of the plan. Next slide. Here we have a map of priority bicycle projects. The plan lists all of the priority network, and the appendices list the full tables of the recommendations as well as all the mapping. We are recommending over 1,200 miles of bikeways. Next slide. The plan does not stop at infrastructure. We also made programming recommendations. We have education programs, bicycle education. We want to teach people how to ride safely. Driver awareness programs. This is a big priority for our Sacramento County Bicycle Advisory Committee. An example of a driver awareness campaign is SCAG's Go Human campaign. You see the billboard on the bottom right, encouraging drivers to give even more room to cyclists. Encouragement programs such as social walking and biking groups, safe routes to school programs, which would include walking school buses and bike trains, safe passage and corner greeter programs. Next slide. We recommended infrastructure support programs such as wayfinding signage, classes for bike maintenance and repair, and a bike match program. The Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates, a nonprofit organization here in this area, have a bike match program where they take donated bikes and they match them to essential workers. We proposed programs like bike rack installation, bike share and micro-mobility, and slow streets, school streets. Next slide. This is our project schedule. We are now at the end of a 2-year-long process. After approval by this commission, we will take the plan to the Board of Supervisors on October 25th for final approval. Next slide. The active transportation plan is replacing the existing bicycle and pedestrian master plans within the general plan. This requires a general plan amendment in order to remove references to those existing plans and replacing those with the reference to active transportation plan. The ATP is consistent with the policies listed here on this slide, LU3, LU11, and so forth. Let's see. Based on staff's evaluation of the project and plan, the Planning Commission can find the ATP consistent with the general plan. Next slide. With adoption of this plan, we're taking the opportunity to also amend the Old Florentown Special Planning Area to be consistent with the trail system in the active transportation plan. The Anton Powerin multifamily entitlement was heard by this commission and approved on March 8th, 2021. The active transportation plan includes the proposed realignment, which is from the south and east of the project, and moving that bike path to Power Inn Road. Let's see. The Old Florentown Special Planning Area Land Use Plan has been modified to reflect this request, and an ordinance amending the SPA is included in your package. Please note that the ordinance will be updated to reflect this amendment map that is shown here. Next slide. An initial study negative declaration was prepared pursuant to CEQA for this project and was released for review on May 13th, 2022. No comments were received. A revised initial study negative declaration was issued on August, with an amended project description was released on August 1st, 2022. That revised document includes a general plan text amendments, a SPA amendment, and ATP map modifications for Old Florentown Special Planning Area. Next slide. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the following recommendations to the board. 1, determine the environmental analysis prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act is adequate, complete, and to adopt the negative declaration. 2, adopt the ATP. 3, approve a resolution for the general plan amendments to the air quality, circulation, and environmental justice elements. 4, approve an ordinance for the amendment to Old Florentown Special Planning Area. Next slide. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation this evening. Commissioners, any questions this evening for staff?
I just have one clarifying question. It sounds like the two plans previously were integrated between the county and the city. So how does this plan, or I guess how does the city's active transportation plan fit in with the county now?
The city has its own standalone bicycle master plan, which they are actually in the process of updating now. So they are separate documents for our separate jurisdictions, but we did work with the city to get their comments on our plans to make sure that we're maintaining connectivity.
Okay. Specifically to the school, the routes to school, how will those be addressed between the city and the county?
We have 2 appendices in the plan that look specifically at the 1/4 mile radius around schools in unincorporated county, and then the 2-mile buffer as well. And we listed them out by the rate of collision, collision severity. But other than that, I'm not sure. Specifically what you're looking for within Safe Routes to School. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking about
Sure.
in areas where it's mostly city, I guess that would be addressed by the city, but if there's any areas where there's a cross between city and county, how that safe route will be maintained from home to school, if that makes sense.
So I would say that this plan is more visionary and doesn't get to that level of detail. So what we did do was look at what is missing from the area within those 2 buffer levels, so a 1/4 mile and 2 miles, and then we listed those out as far as infrastructure improvements we would want to see. But then when we get to the point where we are looking for funding and actually choosing projects, that's when we would go in and look at the entire route from the general area where people are living to the school, and then we would make further recommendations based on that particular site.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Borja, any questions for staff?
Yeah, just one quick question. Thank you, Chair. And to the staff, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And I appreciate that you guys put together an application for the statewide ATP program last June 15th. My question is, does this plan address some of our short-term goals as far as projects that are ready to build? to go for those types of applications? And the second question is, what is the process on trying to identify those shovel-ready projects to move forward with grant applications in the future?
Can you expand on the first part of your question about short-term, like our short-term goals?
Yes, thank you, and I apologize for not being direct. But essentially, so the plan, from what I'm reading, identifies the areas that have the least amount of infrastructure. Sacramento County submitted Stockton Boulevard as its top priority for the ATP grant application last June 15th. I'm trying to figure out, as a commissioner, whether there is a correlation between what is the areas that are highly impacted, or if there's another way of prioritizing projects that will be needing funding. So, like, for example, in your plan, Stockton Boulevard was one of the kind of middle priorities. There are other areas that had more need, but that didn't get the application. And so I'm trying to figure out whether or not there's matching dollars, or there's shovel-ready projects that are on the pipeline that's separate from this visionary document that you mentioned, or is that more of, Mr. Vicari and the Department of Transportation saying these are our short-term lists of projects that we need funding right now, and then this is what we're going to be applying for?
Okay. So I'll describe the general process that we're going through in order to pick out projects for active transportation, and then I'll hone in on safe routes to school. So we are looking at the recommendations in order of priority, and we have them listed out by priority in the plan. And so Elkhorn Boulevard and Stockton Boulevard were amongst are in our top, some of our top recommendations for both bicycle facilities, sidewalk infill, and for intersections. It's not at the top of each one of those, but it rates highly for all of those. Let's see. When we're going through and looking at our top priorities, we are then looking for what we can do for the community destinations that are along those corridors. So for Elkhorn Boulevard, there's Village Elementary is right on that roadway, and there's about 5 or 6 schools that are within a 2-mile radius of that school, of that roadway. So then we're looking to see what other improvements can we do for people who are using this roadway to get to those schools. That's generally how we're trying to find our active transportation projects to look for grant funding, because baked within that, we know that we are also looking at projects that are on our high injury corridor and have experienced many collisions. Then for...
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, and I'll try to wind it up. So for safe routes to schools specifically, we have a GIS layer that we created to look at the number of collisions that are around schools within a 2-mile radius within the last 5-year period, and also it includes the eligibility for free and reduced price meal eligibility, which is an indicator of poverty. So what we're finding for the active transportation program, state and regional, and then also for other grant programs that we're able to go after, this is an alternative measure of poverty. And so we're finding that in addition to looking at the environmental justice areas, we can also pick up schools that may not be in those areas, but also still are experiencing a high level of poverty. And we can, as a shortcut, we're looking at this list first because it kind of looks at both poverty and high needs as far as safety. And then from there, we're looking at the area around it to see if we can meet any other needs along the immediate roadway going to those schools. And from there, we're choosing projects that are rating highly and then developing projects from there. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I really appreciate your explanation and the time you all put in here and working with Saba and all the other organizations locally in here. One last quick question. There on Mac Road, and I think this is within the city limits, but they've begun painting the bike lanes with a bright green paint. Is that something that your plan, or at least in the community engagement program, garnered any support? And if so, is that something that we can potentially put in our local streets and roads maintenance plan? I mean, we're doing a lot of like slurry seal and asphalt repaving. I'm not too sure what the cost is for painting our bike lanes, or at least some of our critical corridor bike lanes green. Is that something that I may be able to work with you and your staff to do? Because I saw a lot of community members supporting the green bike lanes in the Mac Road area, and would love to see that in the county.
We do include green bike lanes in the plan, and we actually do have green bike lanes in unincorporated county, but it's not yet part of our standards. So we have included green bike lanes on a project-by-project basis.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and a really wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff?
Sorry, one more question about the community stakeholders that participated in developing the plan, or that you all consulted with. How were these organizations selected, or how was the process to invite them to participate?
So Civic Thread, they headed up our public engagement, working with Alta. So we started out with a public engagement plan, and we listed, we gathered a list of stakeholders, and I'm trying to think about going back that far. So initially, Civic Thread developed the list, which we were looking for stakeholders in many different areas. So in each of our environmental justice communities, we included all of the neighboring jurisdictions, like government staff, our supervisors, local nonprofit organizations in the areas of disability, of environment, transportation management. Let's see, what other areas? Aging. And then I think did I already mention disability? Let's see. And so after they listed all of the stakeholders, which it was a very extensive list, they emailed all of those organizations, and then they also then had a list of phone numbers, and so they reached out directly by email, but then they also posted on social media, and they had Facebook and Facebook boosts to get out the word further. I believe that at some points during the process, we also got the word out through a supervisor newsletter. We sent out notices through utility mailers, so direct mail. If you receive your utility bill, in hard copy, you also got a notice about the active transportation plan process through there. And then we also had a website. And there was also a Gov Delivery newsletter that you could, like, if you heard about the plan, then you could sign up, and then you could get email or text message about updates for the plan.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I mean, this is a great list, but I think there's a lot of organizations, definitely smaller ones, that are missing, especially when it comes to organizations that do work around environmental justice. But
is there one that you have in mind in particular? Because I think that the what you're looking at, are you looking at the report?
I'm looking at Table 2. It's on page 6.
information that we provided in the report is not the full list. We actually have like a stakeholder database that I'm happy to share with you, and perhaps maybe the organizations that you're thinking of are included, and I can check on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff this evening? All right. Thank you so much, Mickey.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we'll go ahead and open up the public comment. If anybody here wants to address the commission on item number 3 this evening. Anyone on the phones this evening?
And there's no one on the phone this evening.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to commissioner deliberation.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Before the commission takes action on the item, I just want to make sure, I think it was part of Ms. McDaniel's presentation, but just wanted to clarify that there is an error with one of the maps that's shown as it relates to the old Florintown SPA change. So one of the maps is incorrect, the other is correct. The correct alignment of the trail will be along Power Inn Road, which again is correct in one of the maps, and we'll make sure that that's correct going into the board hearing.
That's what I meant with my motion.
Understood. I have a motion.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Go ahead and call the roll.
And Commissioners Borja,
Yes.
Rethel,
Yes.
Corona Sabagnano,
Aye.
Tatishi,
Yes.
and the motion passes with those members present.
There's a lot of work to do on that going forward. And it's exciting to see it move one step forward. With that, we'll go ahead and call item number 4.
Item number 4 is for a tentative subdivision map, special development permit and design review located at 8572 Sunset Avenue in the Fair Oaks community. The environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration.
Good evening. My name is Kimber Gutierrez, and I will be presenting the Allowable Tentative Subdivision Map. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So the property is located at 8572 Sunset Avenue, approximately 650 feet east of the Sunset Avenue and Kenneth Avenue intersection in the Fair Oaks community. The site consists of one parcel, approximately 9.24 gross acres in size, and is located in the RD2 zoning district. The subject parcel was formerly an orchard. There are 569 trees on site comprising of olive, mulberry, walnut, plum, citrus, cherry, apricot, persimmon, oak, cheddar, cedar, and pine species. There are 5 existing structures on site. Next slide, please. To provide some community context, the surrounding land uses are all predominantly single-family residential. The property is zoned RD2, which is 2 dwelling units per acre. The surrounding properties to the northwest and east are also all zoned RD2, with the exception of the development to the south, which is zoned RD3. The photo on the slide does show the existing conditions of the site's frontage with Sunset Avenue. As you can see, there are currently no public improvements, so curb, gutter, or sidewalk. Next slide, please. To give you a little bit of context on the site history, county records dating back to the 1960s indicate that the subject property was originally zoned for agriculture. As a result of the Fair Oaks zoning consistency hearings, the property was rezoned to its current RD2 designation on February 21st of 1979. Since that time, there have been 2 use permits pursued for the construction of wireless co-location facilities on the property. The first in 2002, which was proposed in the form of a monopine, it was ultimately denied by the Board of Supervisors on appeal. And then the second in 2005, which was to take the form of a faux water tank, it was denied through a failed motion by the Fair Oaks Community Council. That was later appealed to the board, but was withdrawn in 2007. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting a tentative subdivision map, a special development permit, and a design review. The tentative subdivision map would be to divide the 9.24 gross acre property into 16 single-family residential lots. The special development permit would be to deviate from the minimum net interior lot area, deviate from the public street frontage, as well as the height of single-family residential fences. The deviation to the minimum lot area would be just for lots 5, 8, and 8, which would be less than the 20,000 square feet requirement. The 16-lot subdivision is proposed to be served by a private street network, so that's why we have the deviation for the public street frontage. And then for the single-family residential fences, there are certain locations around the perimeter of the site where fencing would be exceeding the 7-foot height requirement. Next slide, please. Here is the tentative subdivision map. The proposed lot sizes range between 18,163 square feet and 35,737 square feet. The proposed lots would be served by a gated private drive, as I mentioned, from Sunset Avenue, which would be aligned with Macy Lane, which is also a private road to the north. A 15-foot wide sewer easement is proposed along the western boundary of proposed Lot 7, which would connect to the subdivision sewer lines to the south. And then a drainage basin is also proposed on the southwest portion of Lot 4. Approximately 70% of the trees on site would be removed, the majority of which would be removed for structural and/or health reasons, and 33% of the trees will be either retained or relocated and replanted elsewhere on the project site. All of the existing structures on site are also proposed for removal. As you can see on the map, the applicant is proposing 2 different phases for the subdivision. The phase 1 would include finishing lots 1 through 6 and 14, construction of the required improvements for the entirety of Sunset Avenue, install the frontage fence and entry gates and landscaping along Sunset Avenue, and the perimeter fencing on lots 1 through 6. It would also include the construction of the interior street along the phase 1 lots and would install a temporary cul-de-sac adjacent to lots 5 and 6. Phase 2 would include finishing lots 7 through 13, as well as 15 through 16, installing perimeter fencing around those lots, constructing the remainder of the internal street, and removing the temporary cul-de-sac. Each of the phases also would include installing the different utilities for the lots, depending on which phase they are included in. Next slide, please. Here is the conceptual site plan. At the entry of the private drive, prior to entering the gate, there are 2 21-foot wide travel lanes, which would be separated by a 10-foot wide median. The gate would be approximately 100 feet from Sunset Avenue, and there is also proposed monument signage, as well as enough space within the internal street to accommodate 2 driving lanes, as well as 2 8-foot wide parking shoulders. Next slide, please. Here are some images of the site details. So this includes the monument signage that was discussed, as well as the gate and proposed fencing along Sunset Avenue. The details on the bottom right are the perimeter fencing that is shown. Along the western, southern, and eastern perimeters of the subject parcel, wood fencing would range between 6 to 8 feet in height. The perimeter of proposed lots 1, 2, 4, and 9 through 11 would contain retaining walls ranging from 0 to 4 feet in height. So at these locations, the maximum height of the retaining wall with the wood fencing could potentially go up to 12 feet in height. Next slide, please. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. It was released for public review on April 13th of this year. We did receive a comment letter from the Department of Toxic Substances Control. In response to that comment letter, the applicant did prepare a Phase 2 environmental assessment report, and the MND was revised to address that original comment letter received, as well as minor revisions that occurred to the minimum lot sizes. The revised document was released for public review on June 24th of this year. The environmental analysis discusses impacts to native oak tree removal, native oak tree construction protection, non-native tree canopy and replacement, migratory bird nest protection, cultural resources, greenhouse gases, and hazardous materials. The ISM&D concluded that the project would result in less than significant impacts with the implementation of identified mitigation measures. Next slide, please. The Fair Oaks CPAC met on July 7th of 2021 and recommends that the Planning Commission approve the requested entitlements. The Design Review Advisory Committee met on June 10th of 2021 and recommends the Planning Commission find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. They also recommended, or as part of their recommendation, they proposed that homes be reviewed by the Design Review Administrator based on their location on the grading plan. And a correction to this slide, the condition is actually condition 8, not condition 6. Next slide, please. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan, community plan, and zoning code as conditioned. The project is compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses. There were no significant environmental concerns identified, and the project was supported by the Fair Oaks CPAC and found consistent with the design guidelines by the DRAC. Staff has included a couple of conditions on the screen in regards to the future tree retention and removal on the subject site. These conditions have been included to ensure that the proposed tree retention and removal plan is followed accordingly and that future property owners are made aware of that plan. And then I also have condition 8 on the screen, which is what I discussed on the last slide. Next slide, please. So based on staff's evaluation, we do recommend that the Planning Commission take the following actions: determine that the environmental analysis prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act is adequate and complete, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approve the tentative subdivision map, subject to findings and conditions, approve the special development permit, and find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and can answer any questions.
Thank you, Kimber. Questions for staff this evening? Commissioner Borja, any questions for staff this evening?
No questions. Very thorough explanation. Thank you.
All right. At this time, we're going to go ahead and invite the applicant up to address the commission if they'd like.
Good evening. My name is Tim Lee. I'm with Tower Development. We're the applicant on behalf of the owner.
Excuse me, sir, if I can get you sworn in first? I sure appreciate it. So since you're about to address the commission and you're standing to be sworn and you've got your right hand raised, the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give the commission is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
And you've already stated your name, and if you could please make the statement, I have been sworn.
I have been sworn.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. We're in support of staff's recommendation, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Are you good with all the conditions as presented?
We are.
Other questions for the applicant this evening? Commissioner Borja, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll go ahead and open the public comment period. And anyone on
There
there?
are no public commenters on the phone.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment for item number 4. Any deliberation this evening or a motion, commissioners?
I'll move staff recommendations as presented.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Go ahead and call the roll.
And Commissioners Borja,
Aye.
Rethel,
Aye.
Corona Savignano,
Aye.
Titishi.
Yes.
And the motion passes as presented with those members present.
All right. That moves us on to item number 5 this evening.
And item number 5 is for a rezone, large lot tentative subdivision map, small lot tentative subdivision map, and design review located south of Alberta Road and west of 16th Street in the Rio Linda, Alberta communities. And the environmental document is exempt.
All right, good evening again, Commissioners. I'm a Patent Associate Planner, and this evening I will be presenting the Alberta 245 project for you all. If you can advance to the next slide, please. The project site is comprised of 2 parcels. They're south of Alberta Road, they're west of 16th Street and north of U Street in the Rio Linda and Alberta community. The 2 parcels are vacant. Next slide, please. The project site is located within the Alberta Specific Plan area. This slide features the Alberta Specific Plan land use plan on the left with the Alberta 245 project highlighted in pink. As you can see, the plan area includes primarily single-family residential land use designations. The map on the right shows approved and pending projects in the Alberta Specific Plan area. The Northborough, Northborough 2, and Alberta 70H projects, shown in orange, purple, and green, have all have approved tentative subdivision maps, whereas the remaining subdivision maps shown on this exhibit are in process. Next slide, please. The site is zoned AR1, RD2, RD5, and RD20. The site is surrounded by a combination of rural homes and vacant lots in all directions, and it is also adjacent to a relatively small single-family residential development to the west of Dry Creek Road on the southern boundary of the subdivision. Next slide, please. The Alberta 245 project includes several entitlement requests, including a rezone, a large lot tentative subdivision map, a small lot tentative subdivision map, and a design review to comply with the countywide design guidelines. I'll go into more detail regarding each of these requests, starting with the rezone. Next slide, please. When the board approved the specific plan in 2007, they also approved a rezone for several properties, including the subject property, to be consistent with the newly adopted specific plan land use designations. Later in 2014, the board approved an amendment to the Drainage Master Plan, which subsequently led to changes to the specific plan land use map. The proposed rezone includes minor adjustments to the subject site zoning in response to those updates to the land use plan to come into compliance with the updated plan. The proposed rezone ordinance will supersede the previously approved rezone ordinance. Next slide, please. The large lot tentative subdivision map shown here creates 11 residential large lots and several public facility lots for the logical phasing of infrastructure and the subdivision itself. The large lot map is for master development and financing only, and no improvements are proposed as a part of the large lot map. Next slide, please. The small lot tentative subdivision map shown here will divide the 248-acre site into 682 single-family residential lots, a multifamily lot, and a number of public facility lots. The tentative subdivision map will include the abandonment of easements and portions of right-of-way. However, the map is conditioned to dedicate new easements and right-of-way as necessary. Next slide, please. The subdivision includes 664 RD5 lots on either side of Drainage Corridor D. There are 8 RD2 lots just north of U Street, and there are 10 AR1 lots at the project site's western boundary. The AR1 and RD2 lots are meant to create a buffer for less dense residential uses to the south and to the west, offering incremental zoning up to the RD5 lots that make up the majority of the proposed subdivision. Next slide, please. Primary access to the subdivision will occur at Dry Creek Road from U Street to the south, via Loop Road from 16th Street to the east, and then Loop Road from Alberta Road to the north. These primary streets will feature landscape corridors with separated sidewalks, and in some instances, trail facilities. Next slide, please. The internal circulation network of the project will consist of a modified grid street network, which will allow traffic to disperse in multiple directions. Loop Road and Dry Creek Road, shown here in orange, will be the primary backbone roads of the subdivision. Minor roads are shown in blue, and I would like to note that on this graphic, that the 72-foot right-of-way is incorrect. In fact, it should be a 32-foot right-of-way without a median. These internal streets will also include separated sidewalks as required by the specific plan throughout. Next slide, please. Trails in the Alberta specific plan are planned to travel alongside the drainage corridors, along the power line corridor, and some of the roadways. Trails will include both multi-use trails and equestrian trails. The trails planned within the Alberta 245 project are consistent with the specific plan's master trail master plan and will connect to the greater planned trail network. Drainage corridors C and D travel through the site, and there will be trail facilities associated with those drainage corridors on either side of the corridors. They will, in some instances, be multi-use trails, and in other instances will be equestrian trails. The drainage lots will be dedicated to county regional parks, with drainage easements being dedicated to the County Department of Water Resources. The subdivision also includes 2 parks. There is a 5-acre park, which is centrally located within the subdivision, and an additional 1-acre park provided to the western portion of the subdivision. Park programming and design is not yet planned. However, park planning and construction dedication will need to occur in conformance with the Rio and Alberta Recreation and Park District's conditions. I will note that when the project was considered by the Design Review Advisory Committee, they did recommend a condition be added to the project requiring the inclusion of public art within parks and trails to create a sense of place within the community. That condition is included within the design review conditions for the project. The site design guidelines of the Alberta specific plan do speak to contributing to neighborhood identity, and so the DRAC noted that as the park is centrally located within the subdivision, that it would be a great place to provide public art to contribute to the neighborhood identity. Ultimately, the Rio and Alberta Recreation and Park District will be taking over ownership of those park lots, and so the ultimate compliance with this condition will be at their discretion. Next slide, please. The Rio and Alberta CPAC met on October 25th, 2018, and unanimously recommended approval of the request, with voting 4 yes, 0 no. The Design Review Advisory Committee also met on October 25th, 2018, and recommended that the project be found in substantial compliance with the countywide design guidelines and the Alberta specific plan design guidelines. Next slide, please. The Alberta 245 project complies with the applicable general plan and community plan policies. The project complies with the specific plan land use policies and standards. The project is conditioned to complete improvements pursuant to the specific plan, including roadway, drainage, sewer, public water, and trail improvements. And the project was supported by the CPAC and the DRAC. So therefore, staff is recommending approval of the project. Next slide, please. This evening, you will be making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Staff recommends that that recommendation include recognizing the exempt status of the request under CEQA, adopting the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, approving the rezoned ordinance, approving the large and small lot tentative subdivision map subject to conditions and findings, and finding the project in substantial compliance with the countywide design guidelines. That concludes my presentation, and I am available should you have any questions. I'd also like to note that we do have staff in attendance this evening from both the Department of Transportation and Department of Water Resources should you have any questions that would be better answered by one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I was going to kick us off this evening. It looks like we aren't connecting to the kind of already constructed neighborhood to the southwest. And I was just curious, it looks like one of the streets where one part of Milldale Circle is being connected, but the other side is not. It looks like just kind of two dead ends that are going to come close to each other. And I was curious what the logic was behind that.
Would you mind advancing to the next slide? It shows a tentative subdivision map. Perfect. So I'm not exactly sure where you're referencing here.
In that very southwest corner, looks like there's a neighborhood that's right there that just kind of has a stub up. It's called Milldale Circle, and it looks like theoretically when it was constructed, it would connect to this neighborhood, but it's not on this tentative subdivision map. It looks like the east side of it is connecting, where it kind of comes up from the southern end to the west of that drainage corridor.
Yeah, so my understanding is that, and I'm sorry, I don't see, I'm having trouble seeing the name of the streets from here, but perhaps I can pull up an exhibit in a moment and take a look at it and look at it in further detail for you. But my understanding is that the streets from that community will be connecting to the north, and there will be access from U Street up via Dry Creek Road, and then also that street, Milldale Circle, I thought was connecting through, but happy to look into that a little bit further while the Planning Commission is deliberating and follow up with you.
Sounds great. And then just to clarify, I haven't seen the public art request before, and just want to kind of clarify how this works. So is the developer being asked to design public art, or is Parks and Rec being asked to design public art? It's just not something I've seen in our design review recommendations, and maybe I've missed it in the past.
Sure. So there's a couple nonprofit groups, and maybe Chris, if you happen to recall the group who does the public art efforts, it's escaping me at the moment, but there's a couple groups that try to connect people with public artists and people who create works for public spaces. And so it may be the case that the applicant could connect with one of those folks. Certainly, the applicant is not being asked to create public art. They're being asked to find somebody who and contract with a artist to be able to provide public art in that space. Again, ultimately, that condition would be subject to the discretion of the Rio Land Alberta Park and Recreation District, and so they would need to be able to both review that art, approve that art. And ultimately, they may say, within our park programming, this doesn't fit within what we had expected for this site, and so they may ultimately say that they wish to not have that feature on their park site as well.
So I think that's right. I think it's that they would have the opportunity to perhaps work with the Sacramento Arts Commission or some other organization to, again, partner with the Parks District to provide some sort of public art component to the park project.
And so that would basically, some of their fees that could go to park creation would instead be used for park creation and public art.
That's correct.
So that would come kind of, it's basically tied into their park fee.
Yes.
Or impact fee for parks.
Yes, their impact fees for parks would go towards the construction of those parks.
So they're
yes.
not being asked to do impact fee for parks plus public art?
No.
Okay. Understood. Commissioners, other questions?
I was just going to follow up on that part. Is there, in terms of getting the public art is there any requirement or process whereby local artists would be used or prioritized to create that public art, to create that sense of community and belonging?
That's the commission that Chris had just mentioned.
Okay.
It's a group that is available to be able to connect people who need to commission artists to be able to connect those folks with each other. So that's one way in which that could be achieved.
Okay. So that wouldn't be part of the condition specifically?
No.
Okay.
Not as currently drafted.
Okay. And then in terms of the parks, are those turnkey parks, or how does that work?
The parks are going to be dedicated to the Reland, Alberta Recreation and Park District. I do not know if the applicant intends to construct the parks themselves or if they plan to dedicate the land, pay their fees, and then allow the Reland, Alberta Recreation and Park District develop those parks themselves. I'll let the applicant sort of speak to their plans in that regard. But there are conditions related to the dedication of that park site and exactly what would be required by way of improvements in the conditions of approval under the Reland Recreation and Park District header. That's starting with condition 184 and ending at condition 195.
Okay, I'll take a look. Well, okay, I look forward to hear from the applicant on that. And then just to clarify, is there 3 parks or 2 parks? Because I saw something in the documents that said there's a future 2.5-acre park.
Yes, so the reference to the future 2.5-acre park is that the Alberta specific plan called for a 2.5-acre park at this particular location. However, the applicant is providing more than what was intended for this particular area. So they're providing the 5-acre park plus the 1-acre park.
Okay.
Whereas
okay.
the 2.5-acre was what was originally anticipated.
I see. Okay. Okay. I read it differently, so thank you. And then I had a question about can you talk a little bit about the affordable housing strategy and the RD20 property?
Sure. So there is a affordable housing plan associated with the Alberta specific plan. Generally, most of the properties within the Alberta specific plan can utilize our affordable housing ordinance and pay fees in lieu to be able to cover their affordable housing obligation. For several properties within the Alberta specific plan that are owned by Redtail Acquisitions, there is a separate affordable housing plan. So Redtail Acquisitions owns the Alberta 245 project site, the Alberta 59.5 North project site, which the Planning Commission will be considering in the near future, and then the Alberta 59.5 South project site, again, which the Planning Commission will be considering in the near future. Because Redtail Acquisitions owns all of those sites, they entered into an affordable housing plan, which includes meeting their affordable housing obligation through the dedication of a RD20 site that is located on the Alberta 59.5 South project site.
Okay. So is it fair to assume that none of these that we're looking at here will be affordable?
I'll let the applicant speak to their plans for the site itself, but they wouldn't be obligated under the affordable housing plan to have those particular sites be affordable.
Okay.
That also would not preclude them from being affordable. So they are multifamily sites and could be developed as affordable.
Yeah. Okay. And just so I heard correctly, it's not just the RD20 that is going to be affordable. There's other ones that you meant?
Yes. There is.
Can we see it is it in the?
Yes, if we can go back to like slide 3 or 4, Lydia. One more. So if you look here, the sites that are owned by Redtail Acquisitions include the site in red, that's Alberta 59.5 North. There's the site in blue, that's Alberta 59.5 South, and then there's a site highlighted in pink, and that's our project site that we're discussing this evening. There is a RD20 component with the site there highlighted in blue, the Alberta 59.5 South project site, and that's where the RD20 lot would be located that would be required to be dedicated as a part of the affordable housing plan.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Borja, any questions this evening?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll now invite the applicant down to address the commission. And Lydia, we'll get you sworn in.
Good evening.
Sir, if you please raise your right hand and read the response as I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give the commission is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
And if you could state your name for the record and make the statement, I have been sworn.
My name is Tim Kim, and I have been sworn.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Chair Rathel and fellow commissioners and staff and members of the public. I'm Tim Kim, as I said, and I'm with TK Consulting, and I'm the owner's rep for the owner on Alberta 245. And thank you for your time this evening. I've actually been involved in this project for just over 15 years, and it's been going for about 20 years. So at long last, we're very excited to be here tonight and make the next step in our approvals, hopefully. It's been a long process, but we believe this is the next step toward providing much needed housing as well as infrastructure for the area. I believe this project will be likely the first phase of development in the whole Alberta specific plan area because we're closest to the existing infrastructure. So staff has worked very hard with us over a number of years to get here, so we appreciate their time. And they've done a very extensive presentation and lengthy packet, so I'm not going to elaborate on that, but I would be happy to answer the questions you've mentioned and any others. So would you like me just to walk through the ones that were just discussed?
Yeah, that'd be a great start.
Okay, and let me know if I miss any. So, our consultant team is here, and so they could answer a little more technically if you want more elaboration. But as to the Milldale Road that stubs up into our property, I believe originally it was planned to go up there, but there was significant opposition from that local community. And there was a belief that that road could not handle much through traffic. And so we agreed to not push that through. And it was believed that the rest of our points of access would more than suffice for circulation in the property. Any other questions on that?
No, I figured that was the case. I just wanted to understand it. So is their intent, obviously it's a different property owner to the south of you, but their intent is you guys make your corner and then they just put up a barricade and they look at each other, or do you know if there's a better plan for
Well, if I might
okay?
interject, there is a connection on Milldale on the eastern portion of the subdivision as well. So there is some connection, just not on the western portion.
Understood. Yeah, I saw that, and I guess that's why I assumed it was a cut-through issue with going to the south there. But just curious, I hate when you end up with stubs like this and we don't develop with more of a plan, then sometimes we end up with these barricades that sit there for decades looking at each other. So I'm just curious, how do we make that look like it was planned?
I've seen a lot of those. And I think in the landscape plans, we can create a nice transition there.
Perfect. Thank you.
With regards to the park, yes, we did provide more than the amount of park that was requested, and we're happy to work with the local folks on the art. We intend to provide a turnkey park, just works more efficiently for us, and then we would dedicate that park over to the Parks District. Then affordable. So Emma's right, the property in blue that's up on the screen has a parcel that we have agreed to dedicate. It was another multifamily parcel, and so we have an agreement to dedicate that parcel for affordable housing, and in return for our in lieu fees for affordable housing. So we basically will not have affordable in lieu fees, but we'll dedicate that parcel. And we've got a number of requirements that go with that. It's not just dedicating the property, but it's providing the backbone infrastructure that they need to be able to develop it. Seems like I missed something. Did I cover the questions?
I got one more for you, and it's just a point of curiosity, really. I don't often see RD5 sitting across the street from agriculture, and I understand these are relatively small lots, but I'm just kind of curious on what the motivation is between these AR1 lots, which are there. Would you allow an owner to buy all 10 of those and run an operation, or how would that kind of work in reality? Because it's not something I'm very familiar with. I'm a suburb guy.
Yeah, that's a good question. the merchant builders that'll come in to build the kind of normal average size lots in there would be different than the groups that would usually do the large scale. So we're thinking that we would sell off the half acre and acre lots to a separate, either a custom builder, but if an agriculture group wanted to buy it too, that's fine. So it's we haven't gotten quite that far. And we'll just, when we finally get everything done and do the final engineering and bring the project to market, we'll just see what the market demand is.
Also to point out, if you look at the map that is on the slide here, the community or the specific plan does call for agricultural residential 1 acre lots on that western portion. So this plan is consistent with that, and it was intentional with the development of the plan that there would be a buffer between the higher density residential developments and then to the buffer to the west, which has some more kind of that rural agrarian type development.
And I guess my question is really on, do we expect those to be 1 acre farms, or are those really just as likely to be a 1 acre custom home that's there?
That's either.
Could be either.
Either.
Got
right.
it.
Correct.
Any other questions for the applicant this evening? Commissioner Borja? All right, hearing none. Thank you.
So sorry, I couldn't unmute timely. Thank you for answering the good questions for the applicant. I wasn't able to find this in Ms. Patton or the application, but is the intent for the parks and other local infrastructure to utilize Melrose tax for this community?
I didn't follow that.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there, Commissioner Borja. Can you ask that one?
Rely on Melrose financing for anything.
Yes.
CFD.
We do plan to have a public finance district like a Melrose CFD out there. We've done the math. That doesn't cover all the infrastructure, but that will be a key component to cover part of the infrastructure cost.
And will there be additional safeguards for the timeliness of completion of these infrastructure? In my experience, we paid Melrose and it was a turnkey, but it took about 5 years from the anticipated opening of the park since its initial target date. Is there anything that you can kind of maybe share with us today that basically say that this is how we're holding this project accountable to make sure that those Melrose taxes does deliver those infrastructure improvements as promised that are being paid for by the community?
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think I follow what you're asking. There's a lot of detail that goes into forming those districts and determining what the eligible improvements are and determining the phasing. Some of that is already built into our conditions, which are pretty extensive. And as part of our next phase, when we're doing our final engineering, we plan to lay out 3 phases, which is why we did the large lot map, because it helps facilitate that. And we'll be working with staff to determine which improvements are required at which times. And then we'll tie that into different bond releases. So we'll have smaller bond releases to support each phase. And I don't know if this is quite answering all of your question, but through the conditions and the future work with staff, we should have all that dialed in pretty well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for answering my questions.
I should also just point out, similar to discussions that have recently been had about adjusting some of the rezone conditions to address development triggers for transportation improvements in the North Vineyard Station specific plan area. There's also a similar effort underway here with Alberta as well. And so should there be traction on amending those rezone conditions and those triggers, that will be brought back before the Planning Commission before heading on to the Board of Supervisors. But I just wanted to make note of that there is discussion underway on that as well.
And that's just to update the triggers based on kind of how development is proceeding.
Or not.
Or not, yeah, got it.
Correct.
Understood.
Yeah, we look forward to that.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to public comment. I've got 2 speaker cards here. So I'll have Paula Parker come on down. And then I've got Kevin Wathier on deck. And Paula, you'll have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Okay, I'll try to talk fast. I probably got Mr. Kim beat because I have been on walking through this for 25 years as opposed to 15. I was chair of the CPAC at the very beginning and spent probably a decade as chair of the CPAC and another 5 or 6 years on the park board. So I do know how this whole process works. I wish I could actually give you guys the benefit of all the moving pieces that go into the Alberta specific plan, but you came in late. You guys are Johnny-come-lately. Anyway, but this is just the beginning of a new town that's going to be here. There's going to be like 10,000 homes, and this is just, or not 10,000 homes, 10,000 people. This is just the beginning of this whole area. And so I'm going to try to just talk about a little bit about what pertains to our specific property, because I live on the corner, the very southwest corner, where those agricultural lots you were asking about are. And I highly, I'm very glad that they decided to put those larger lots in there, those custom homes, to buffer up against the ag-res properties to the west and to the south, because that's what the community lifestyle is, and we're going to lose a pretty substantial percentage of, or a portion of what we had. But in any event, that's water under the bridge. This has been a long process, and I would like to make sure, if nothing else, that the proponent promised at the last CPAC meeting in 2018 that they would put a wall along that dividing line, and I didn't see anything in between the properties and the development, even though those are larger estate lots along the southwest. I wish I had a pointer. I can't actually show you, but along 9th Street and U Street, essentially. They had promised at the last CPAC in 2018 that they would put a wall in there because the property owners along 9th Street and U Street wanted it. And I didn't see anything in conditions of approval to reflect that they had promised to do that for the residents there. So I would love to see that actually be in the conditions of approval, that wall be put there. And I know that's not maybe fitting within the design guidelines that the county has to wall off their subdivisions, but the community wanted it. The other thing I see, I've only got 30 seconds left, so I'd like to point you guys to, this has been a long, long process, and no less than a week ago, I think it's absolutely insane to put 10,000 new houses on that new well. And I would like to see another environmental impact report that deals with what wasn't known 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, about where's the water going to come from and who's going to pay for my water Who's gonna, when my well dewaters,
Paul, I'll ask you to wrap it up. Thank you.
when my well dewaters, what do I do? When our wells dewater, what do we do? This is different now. It's different. So the climate has changed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kevin, we'll have you come on down.
Hi, my name's Kevin Wathier. I was wondering about who might we contact should our wells happen to go dry or dewater in the event that this project goes forward, and is there anybody that will be held accountable for that? And basically, that, along with the fact that it is going to be a fairly large project and it's going to be a lot of noise, big development, I would definitely like to see some kind of a sound barrier between the properties. And that's it.
Thank you so much for coming down tonight. Appreciate it. All right. Do we have anyone else to come on down? If you'll fill out a speaker card for me. Do we have one of those available for him? Yeah, no problem. We'll grab it afterwards. All right. If you'll state your name, you got 3 minutes.
My name is Nick Perry, and I also live in the community right on the southwest corner of this development next to Milldale. Concerns that I do have is also the well. I put in a new well pump this year, and we had to drop my well pump an additional 25 feet in depth because of the shallowing of the water table. I do run agriculture and livestock on my property, and so the water is a big concern for me. And the other major concern for me is the traffic along U Street and Dry Creek, U Street, 10th Street. We've got the baseball field across the street that has a high volume of traffic, and there's not adequate parking as it is. And now we're going to build all these new homes with all these young children, which I've got children of my own, so that they're more than welcome to the community. But like, what do we do with all this, right? People park in front of my property and they run the stop sign adjacent to my property and begin to that Milldale Circle, right, and going through there. And there's already a high level of traffic, and there's been in the last 2 years a lot of semi trucks traveling up and down the street, which has caused decomposing of that roadway. So I just kind of curious on what the traffic impact and what's going to be done. I know that we're worried about the thoroughfares through that neighborhood, but all the people that live along U Street there are gonna, the easiest way to get out to the freeway, is also down U Street to the west, and so. What are we going to do about that as well? So I'm with Kevin as well. Like, who do we contact when our wells run dry, and how do we do this? Because we are going to be impacted.
Thank you so much for coming down tonight and letting us know about your concerns. Perfect. Alexa, you are up.
Good afternoon. My name's Alexa. I reside on a property that's going to be designated to become streets for this development. So I also live on the southwest corner that a lot of the people here are also talking about. And of course, to me, that's a concern that the property I live on is going to become streets. But in addition to that, I would also agree that, with the comments that the AR1 properties would be good to kind of mix the community the neighborhood into what is currently there. I would like to see that a lot more. If you look along Dry Creek Road, that's heading towards the entrance of the neighborhood, you can see that those lots are like 1 acre or more lots. So it would make a lot of sense if around that entrance there'd be AR1 lots as well. So I'd really like to discuss that more with the developers. I want to bring up that concern as well as the water wells. So thank you.
Thank you. And do we have anyone else in the chambers that would like to address the commission this evening? All right, I think we got a couple on the phone this evening also.
Please send the first caller. Hello, caller. You're now in the meeting. Please start with your comment.
Good evening, County Planning Commission. My name is Jaime Arteaga, and I am a field representative for the Northern California Carpenters Union. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the 40,000 Northern California members, and most important, the 6,000 plus Sacramento County members. Our members receive great training with a state-certified apprenticeship program. Please remember that, fellow board members, state-certified apprenticeship program. This apprenticeship comes with no cost to taxpayers. That's right, it doesn't, no cost to taxpayers. This apprenticeship program is paid by our signatory union contractors. I have heard of other so-called carpenter trade schools, but do these trade schools pay their students while in training? I don't think so. Just imagine what a great feeling getting paid to receive a life-changing education. 20 years ago, I finished my apprenticeship. Ever since then, I have been able to earn a livable wage, plus above all, great health care and an awesome retirement fund. I also have been able to purchase a home, to raise my family, and put 2 kids through college. This apprenticeship really works. It changes lives. It changed my life, and it can change other people's too. Thank you for your time, and good night.
Please send the next caller. Hello, caller. You're now in the meeting. Please start with your comment.
Hello?
Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Favaloro. I'm a union cabinet maker currently working in the County of Sacramento. Tonight, I'd like to take a moment of your time to discuss my experience with organized labor. For me, being part of a labor union has changed my life. Coming from a working class family, the Carpenters Union has taken me from barely scraping by on food stamps to actually having a career that pays. I have a safe roof over my head, food in my belly, marketable skills, the ability to see a doctor, a growing pension for old age, a positive net worth, and no debt. I have pride in my abilities and the future is bright. The union's apprenticeship program trained me as a cabinet maker. With a little hard work, I was able to take advantage of everything they have to offer. The comprehensive, state-accredited curriculum and an excellent group of educators have helped me to reach my full potential. In just 10 years, I've gone from sweeping floors to engineering and managing small to medium-sized millwork jobs, and I couldn't be more proud of myself and the team that helped me get there. On top of that, I have health care and dental insurance, and I've been able to get yearly checkups and actually maintain my teeth for the first time in my life. Not to mention, construction is dangerous work. I've injured myself on a few occasions and am often exposed to various chemicals and dusts, so I believe it's essential that I have this coverage, and I strongly believe that every construction worker should too. And finally, I'm earning a healthy, more than livable wage, and I'm saving for retirement. And unlike a 401k, that pension is on top of my wages. There are things, these are things I know I wouldn't have without collective bargaining in my union. So I just want you to know that I also see what my other brothers and sisters from non-union shops have to put up with. They make less money on average, few collective protections, and they're lucky if they have health care or retirement of any kind, let alone a guaranteed pension. So I just want to leave you with a question. What can this planning commission do to ensure that construction workers who build in Sacramento get a fair shake? It's time to start thinking about your role as guardians of the workforce. How can you incorporate high labor standards and worker protections into your planning? Thank you very much. Bye.
And that completes your callers in queue.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll invite the applicant to address public comments this evening.
Okay. So we had, the first few were related to wells, and we've spent a lot of time focusing on this and working with the Rio Linda Water District. And this is actually a much better situation than if you had just smaller lots going, individual lots going in. With a master plan community like this, we'll work with the district. They'll install municipal wells, and those wells go much deeper. They draw from a different aquifer. As part of the process, we have to put together a master plan with the water district. There's a lot of kind of redundancy built into these systems so that we don't tap into or cause dewatering of any of the neighbors' wells. They're also quite a ways away. So if you had homes going in, each home might have a well. In this case, we're at least a quarter of a mile away from those homes and then much deeper. So that's how I would answer the well question. Any other questions on that?
I think there's also one about a wall along the dividing line to the west.
Right, I just meant on the wells. Okay, so if that's good on the wells, then the wall.
Hold on, Commissioner Corona-Sepignano.
Sorry, just one question. So for the homes outside of the property or this development, would they benefit from the municipal water wells?
Well, if they tie into, so we'll be extending a lot of, water lines and wells and everything, so there'll be a full public system in place.
Okay.
It'll be a lot closer. If they wanted to tie in, they'd have to pay a fee, but do we know if that's a possibility? Looking at my civil engineer. He's nodding his head yes. So it gets them a lot closer. I don't know for sure if they could, is the real answer. But now we have this whole infrastructure close. Mm-hmm. So we often see when we bring sewer and water into an area, then the neighbors like to tap into it, and usually there's enough capacity for that. So
I think I'd also just like to point out, this project has been in process for a long time. One of the issues that did come up with the consideration of these maps was water supply. We actually went to the board June 2021, Emma remembers, to have a conversation with the board about water supply and to have the Rio Linda Alberta Community Water District in attendance there to have this conversation about water supply. And so the resulting conditions that you see, beginning with condition 216 for this project, are a result of those conversations about water supply and conditions related to a water supply water service agreement being required for this particular project and for other projects that come forward in this plan area. And so there have been quite a bit of conversations about how to address water supply in this plan area.
So to be clear, they'll be tying in with an existing or future water district that'll be managing the water for it, or will this property
an existing
be itself?
Water district.
So an existing water district. So
correct.
They'll be supporting, in theory, new wells into that district?
Correct. New wells and also a requirement for a supplemental water supply as well in the future.
Okay.
Right, and we already have an agreement with them, And we'll have a groundwater management plan as part of that. It'll be everything new. It'll be the lines, the wells, the tanks. So it'll be a whole new system. Okay, then one of the comments came up about a wall. So some of it's semantics, like fencing. Sometimes wall includes is a masonry wall. We think of that, but it's also fencing is related to. And so in our case, when we went to design review, we were specifically precluded from putting a wall in. Same with the specific plan. The idea is that they want to have this connection with the neighborhoods and not just be, walled in or wall people out. That said, we would typically have some perimeter fencing, so people's dogs aren't running out and everything else. So we would do it'd be a softer feel of fencing than a masonry wall. Okay, so that. And then in terms of more 1 acre lots, we're consistent with the specific plan. We provided not only those 1 acre and ½ acre lots, but we have a lot of open space around the perimeter. If you look at the north end of our property, that whole thing, it used to be a channel, and then we got, the whole hydromodification thing came in, and now we ended up with a really, really wide drainage channel and trails and everything. So that whole north end is open space and drainage and trails. And then we've got more drainage and open space on the east end too. So we're almost surrounded by either large lots or open space. Any other questions?
I think that covers it this evening.
I think there was a question about traffic, but I don't know if that's for the applicant or staff or.
Well, I think as
Question from who?
The third public speaker, I believe, had some questions about traffic concerning U Street, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, well, I think we do. We had a couple of responses to that. One, as I mentioned, there are a number of rezone conditions for the specific plan related to transportation and transportation infrastructure improvements that will need to be made with this project and other projects. We also have Matt Darrow from our Department of Transportation here who could speak to specific questions that you might have about transportation-related improvements.
I could offer up that as part of our project, we're conditioned to do widen all the fringes all the way around. So we'll be adding quite a bit of infrastructure in terms of local roads, as well as the larger arterials like Alberta and 16th. And then what often comes up, I'm surprised it didn't come up tonight, is drainage. And there's a lot of drainage issues out here, and we're providing a significant amount of drainage improvement. So I think if you're concerned about traffic or drainage or water, as I mentioned, we're putting a tremendous amount of infrastructure. It's extremely costly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to Commissioner Deliberation. Any further questions for staff? Commissioner Borja, we'll start with you this evening.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion?
I'll move staff recommendations tonight.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before I call for a vote? All right, Lydia, if you'll go ahead and call the roll.
Sure. Commissioners Borja?
Yes.
Rethel?
Yes.
Corona Sabignano?
Yes.
Tatishi?
Yes.
And the motion passes for staff recommendation with those members present.
All right, that concludes item number 5 this evening. We're going to move on to item number 6.
Item number 6 is for a general plan amendment, community plan amendment, and rezone located on the south side of Antelope Road, approximately 550 feet west of Roseville Road in the North Highlands community, and the environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration.
All right, good evening again, Planning Commissioners. My name is Kimber Gutierrez, and I will be presenting the Lund Construction Company project to you all tonight. Next slide, please. The subject project area consists of 2 parcels that total approximately 11.58 gross acres and 10.77 net acres. It is located on the south side of Antelope Road, approximately 550 feet west of Roseville Road in the North Highlands community. From review of historical aerial imagery, it does appear that the subject parcels have not been previously developed, so the project site has remained undeveloped. Next slide, please. The subject parcels are zoned M1 and MP. So M1 is our light industrial zoning district, and MP is our industrial office park zoning district. The subject parcels, as I mentioned, are bound by Antelope Road and as well as the Union Pacific Railroad to the west. The site is relatively flat besides the drastic elevation change between Antelope Road and the grade below to allow for the rail traffic. Across Antelope Road, there is a Walmart grocery store, and across from the railroad, there is a single-family residential development with a combination of agricultural, residential, and RD zoning districts. Uses to the east and the south consist of warehouses and other industrial uses, and the subject parcels are only accessible via a shared private drive, which is located off of Stationers Way, which is approximately a mile southwest of the intersection of Antelope Road and Roseville Road. Next slide, please. The applicant and property owner, Lund Construction, has currently outgrown their headquarters location, and they are planning to relocate to the subject property as it provides additional room for expansion opportunities in the future. So because of this, they did come in for a design review and a boundary line adjustment before submitting for the request that I will go over on the next slide. The design review was approved in May of 2021 for the headquarters project. So this involved a new service yard or workshop, and incidental office area, vehicle wash station, maintenance shop, and company fuel station on the M1 zoned portion of property. So the boundary line adjustment was recorded in June of 2021. This resulted in the current lot configuration. So you can see on the screen that there's a much smaller piece, much smaller property closer to Antelope Road, and then a larger parcel. The boundary line adjustment moved that center property line in order to accommodate and match the zoning district boundaries. Next slide, please. The entitlement request before you all tonight is a general plan amendment, a community plan amendment, and a rezone. Upon approval, the subject parcels, which total the 11.58 gross acres, would have an intensive industrial general plan designation and an M1 or light industrial community plan designation and zoning designation. So to walk that through a little bit more, the general plan and community plan boundaries are different than the zoning district boundaries. So the general plan amendment, or the general plan and community plan boundaries match the old parcel lines. So it's approximately 6.25 acres that will be changing in those land use designations. So for the general plan, it would be from transit-oriented development to intensive industrial. And for the community plan, it would be industrial office park to light industrial. And then the rezone would accommodate approximately 2.84 acres, which is the current lot configuration from the industrial office park to the light industrial zoning district. Next slide, please. So this exhibit shows the existing land use designations. There is a dashed line through the center of parcel A, which shows the general plan and community plan boundaries. That was also the lot line. That was also the original location of the lot line. So as you can see, as I discussed, the general plan and community plan boundaries match. And then the zoning district is solely on parcel B. Next slide, please. So this just shows the proposed land use designations, which would result in the entire project area being intensive industrial, general plan, M1 community plan, and zoning designations. Next slide, please. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act for this project. It was released for public review on June 22nd of this year. It discussed impacts to land use, traffic and transportation, air quality, hydrology and water quality, biological resources, cultural resources, tribal cultural resources, and greenhouse gas emissions. The document did conclude that the project would result in a less than significant impact with the implementation of mitigation measures. Next slide, please. The project is not subject to design review, but the project was presented to the North Highlands CPAC on December 2nd of last year. The CPAC does recommend that the board approve the requested entitlements. Next slide, please. To refresh the Commissioner's memory about Senate Bill 330 and Senate Bill 8, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, this Senate bill was created to prohibit local jurisdictions from enacting new laws that would have the effect of reducing the legal limit on new housing within their borders or delay new housing via other regulatory barriers. Under this Senate bill, parcels of land where housing is an allowable use may not be downzoned, and general plan or specific plan land use designations may not be changed to a less intensive use. As discussed, the applicant would be requesting the general plan designation of their property from transit-oriented development to intensive industrial. And although that transit-oriented designation would allow for residential uses, none of the parcels are identified as being on the housing element's low-income housing inventory, and neither the MP or the M1 zoning districts allow for residential uses. So there is no current potential or future potential for residential development in both of the zoning districts. So based on that, staff did determine that the proposed general plan amendment and rezone do not have any impact on the intensity of residential use on the property, and it would not result in the downzoning of a parcel of land where housing is allowed. Next slide, please. So the proposed request, based on staff's evaluation, can be found consistent with the general plan, community plan, and the zoning code as conditioned. The subject parcels are not on the housing element's low-income housing inventory, so a no net loss analysis is not required. The project does not conflict with the provisions outlined in SB 330, and the project is compatible with surrounding land uses and zoning. There are no significant environmental concerns identified, and the proposed request would allow for an existing industrial operation to relocate and to expand in the future while keeping within the North Highlands community. The project was also supported by the North Highlands CPAC. I did want to point out some key conditions, and I'm sorry I forgot to pass these out sooner. And I can put it on the overhead if that would help. I did want to point out some key conditions that are in the rezone ordinance. The copies that you currently have these as well. The reason why I'm passing them out is we do have a slight revision to one of the conditions of approval. Before I go over that, I do want to point out the first three conditions, which are DOT's conditions of approval. So the first three conditions on the rezone ordinance are from the Department of Transportation. The conditions require the granting of right-of-way, as well as the granting of the public utility, public facility easement, and then a dedication of slope easements on Antelope Road. All of these have been triggered or conditioned to prior to future improvement plans or building permits. Okay. So I do want to. So on So on page 12 is where I want to point out the correction to the rezone ordinance. Condition 13 covers the mitigation measure compliance. The MMRP was updated to cover an administrative fee increase that went into effect on July 1st. However, this was unfortunately not captured in our rezone ordinance. So just wanted to make that known to you, and we will make that correction with the before the project goes before the board. And we can go back to the PowerPoint.
Next slide.
Yeah. So for slide 12, there are two parts to this staff recommendation, and there are two actions that the Planning Commission will be taking tonight. The first is for the Planning Commission to approve a resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors approve the amendment to the general planned land use designation. So that's from the 6.25 acres of transit-oriented development to intensive industrial. And if we go to the next slide, that covers the second half of the action, which would be to make the following recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, and that's to determine that the mitigated negative declaration prepared pursuant to CEQA is adequate and complete, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approve a resolution authorizing an amendment to the North Highlands Community Plan, and approve an ordinance authorizing a rezone of approximately 2.84 acres from MP to M1, including the corrections that I have provided to you today to condition 13. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and can answer any questions.
I'll kick us off this evening, and maybe a wider question, but it looks to me like they're ready to move forward in May 2021, and here we are in August 2022. It seems like a relatively slam dunk project, an industrial project in an industrial neighborhood. And I'm just curious, like, what are the roadblocks that are taking us, 13 months or 15 months to get here? Because it just seems like, except for like the TOD overlay, which seems to me like it was likely an error, like other than that roadblock, was there significant things that caused it? Because I just kind of look at it and, like, obviously it's a company that's outgrown its headquarters. They found this spot that looks like it fits well. So to me, it would seem like it would move a little faster through the process.
Yeah, I think the timing that Kimber laid out on the slide showed that the project, the applicant team decided to kind of approach it in a phased manner. So they were able to move forward with the approvals necessary to get the largest portion of the project moving forward, right? I don't think she included in in the timeline when this application was submitted and when it was deemed complete and when we finally got to this point, which I don't believe was as long. But certainly anytime we're talking about a general plan amendment and a community plan amendment and getting through that process, it certainly does take us a bit longer now to work through that entitlement process. So one is that this was a kind of maybe creative way of moving forward with their headquarters project and the majority of their project, and then addressing this issue with the general plan and rezone that allows them to kind of fully utilize the site. So they're able to move forward with the bulk of their project. This will now allow them to use the remainder portion of it. And yes, it certainly took some time to get here.
Got it. I understand now that they were able to move forward on that other section. I had missed that. It's clarification, so I appreciate that.
And just to add, for the transit-oriented development, there was a master plan by SAC-RT that evaluated using the railway as an alternative route for expansion of the light rail. So I think that is kind of where the transit-oriented development designation came from. And so I do not believe there are any near-term plans to construct that extension, so that's why staff has found it appropriate to allow the rezone and general plan amendment.
Just by chance, did you look at areas around there? Is there other stuff with a TOD overlay, that other parcels with a TOD overlay that are still there that we should take a look at?
There are north of Antelope that would likely need to be addressed through a future planning effort.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just clean those up whenever it makes sense.
Yeah, well,
And
it's getting a little ahead of a comment that I was going to make, but I should note that that we have been asked by the board to bring forward in a workshop setting before the end of the year a conversation about future amendments to either corridor plans or special planning areas or neighborhood preservation areas. So kind of a more comprehensive discussion in front of the board before the end of the year about prioritizing different types of efforts, which could include, dealing with this, I think it's the East Antelope plan area or something along those lines. So yes, this could be prioritized and discussed in greater detail with the board.
Thank you. Other questions for staff this evening? Commissioner Borja, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we'll move on to the applicant this evening.
Good evening, Chair Rathel, members of the Planning Commission. Pleasure to be with you tonight. Certainly.
If you'd raise your right hand, and thank you. And the appropriate responses I do. The testimony you're about to give the commission is the truth. So help you God, if you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
Okay, and you've stated your name almost. Can you please state your name
Ryan
again?
Hooper.
Thank you, and make the statement, I have been sworn.
And I've been sworn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, Ryan Hooper with Thatch and Hooper here this evening, representing the Lund Construction Company. With me, I have Kevin Lund of Lund Construction, as well as Tim Freeman with RMW Architecture, Sean Summers with RFE Engineering, Ben Watson, our wetlands consultant with Madrone, is available by phone, and Ashlyn Lutz from my office. So I think that we have the full team here, should there be any questions. But to pick up on the chair's comment, it is a bit of a slam dunk project, at least in the simplicity of the entitlements and the physical project itself. My client has a very good problem. They're growing and they need to expand. They've outgrown their current home. They've been a construction company in Sacramento for upwards of 60 years, and they are looking to expand. They have found a great site. They purchased it about 3 years ago. This site is roughly 10 acres, surrounded by industrial. Just couldn't pick a better site for their expansion. As discussed a little bit, there are 2 parcels. The first parcel was appropriately zoned and designated under the general plan, so we opted to move forward with that design review, which was approved last year for the actual building. The property that is the subject of tonight's request is the adjacent parcel that will be used for storage to serve the headquarters. We have, as I mentioned, already obtained the approvals for the design review. We're here with just the general plan, community plan, and rezone requests in order to facilitate the project. By way of outreach, everybody was notified within the radius of the project. I'm pleased that as I stand here right now, I'm aware of no opposition to the project. We did go to CPAC and had a recommendation for approval of the project at CPAC. We had a mitigated negative declaration, which was the environmental document used for the project, which I think, in answer to Chair Rathel's question, does serve to elongate the process when you have that kind of document that has public review periods and everything else. But we have staff support. I would urge your commission recommend approval of the project to the Board of Supervisors, which is our next stop. And I'd just end by saying that we are in full accord with the conditions of approval, including the revised condition that was presented to you a moment ago. Our team is ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Questions for the applicant this evening? Commissioner Borja, any questions?
Not a question, Chair Rathel, but I just want to thank Mr. Hooper for reaching out via email and making himself and his team members available for my questions. I did respond about what they would do on a potential staging area during the construction, because there is a number of unhoused persons nearby in the site of the new location. And I just want to make sure that we're protecting both the project and all of the kind of homeless persons for any risks or accidents that may occur. Thank you.
And we appreciate that comment. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open public comment this evening. If there's anybody here to address the commission on this project, please come on up. All right, seeing none. Anyone on the line?
And there's no one on the line.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move on to Commissioner Deliberation. I'd be happy to move staff recommendation.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
And Commissioners Borja,
Yes.
Rathel,
Yes.
Corona Sabignano,
Yes.
and Titishi.
Yes.
And motion passes with those members present.
All right, that brings us on to item number 7 this evening. Thank you all for sticking with us so far this evening. It's been a long agenda.
All right. And item number 7 is for zoning ordinance amendment and administrative amendments. The environmental document is Environmental Coordinator's Memorandum to the Negative Declaration.
All right, next slide, please. Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. Wendy Hartman, Principal Planner with Planning and Environmental Review. Back in April of 2022, staff presented a fairly extensive development code amendment package to your commission. And with the exception of the SB9 provisions, that amendment package was forwarded onto the Board of Supervisors, and they took final action on that package on August 9th of this year. Tonight's presentation will focus on the zoning code amendment items that the Board of Supervisors asked to send back to your commission for consideration, as well as amendments pertaining to the SB9, which is the California Housing Opportunities and More Efficiency Act, or HOME Act, more commonly just referred to as SB9. In addition, there is also a minor cleanup of Table 5.10A pertaining to minor accessory structures. The proposed amendments affect Chapters 3, 5, 6, and 7 of the County Zoning Code. Next slide, please. Just to provide you a real quick recap, this project is being funded by a grant that we received from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, and is referred to as the Sb2 Grant or Sb2 Amendment Package. In 2019 through 2020, staff did go out to the various CPACs in the community to get preliminary comments from the public regarding the proposed amendment package. We held a workshop with your commission in September of 2021, and then you took action on the entire package last April. I will now go briefly go over each chapter amendments. Next slide, please. So for Chapter 3, the board had concerns regarding our proposal to allow multifamily projects by right within RD5 and RD7 zone districts. In the original package that was presented to your commission, we allowed for small multifamily projects of up to 10 units by right, and then had a minor use permit process for projects greater than that. And the board requested that we come back to you with a recommendation that multifamily projects only be allowed in those two zone districts with approval of a use permit from the zoning administrator. The second item that was changed in Chapter 3 is adding second primary dwellings as an allowed primary use in Table 3.1. Previously, we had the additional dwelling units associated with SB9 lumped in with our accessory dwelling units. Based on further research of the bill, it has been deemed to be more appropriate to treat those as a primary permitted use within those zone districts that are SB9 eligible. And then with Chapter 5, in the prior code update about a year ago, we had inadvertently forgot to include the front yard setback for minor accessory dwelling units. And of course, someone built one of these in their front yard, and we found the error when neighbors complained. And so this amendment package would bring back the front yard setback, which in most zone districts is typically 20 feet. In some of our NPAs and SPAs, it would be slightly greater than that. And minor accessory structures are those that are less than 9 feet in height and 120 square feet in area. They typically don't require a building permit, hence why we were not probably aware of the error until recently. Next slide, please. In Chapter 6, the only proposed change is that as part of the board's recommendation that multifamily projects within RD5 and RD7 require a use permit from the zoning administrator, they would like those decisions to be appealable to the Board of Supervisors rather than the BZA, which is the Board of Zoning Appeals. All other zoning administrator-related approvals would still go the normal route, but for the specific RD5, RD7 actions from the zoning administrator, they would like those to be elevated to them. And then Chapter 7, we're just adding in the definition for the second primary dwelling as well as urban lot split. This package, once approved by the Board of Supervisors, will require several administrative amendments to items such as updating our zoning code user guide, various application forms, fact sheets, and updates to the county website. I'll pause real quick and see if your commission has any questions, and then I'll move on to SB9, which is the remainder of my presentation.
Questions at this point?
All right. Next slide, please. So I'll start with a real brief refresher on SB9. It was became effective January 1st of this year and requires that local jurisdictions such as the county ministerially approve two types of development projects. The first is a subdivision of one lot into two lots in single-family residential zone districts referred to as an urban lot split. For Sacramento County, those are the zoning districts RD1 through RD10. And the second type of project is allowing for a second residence on parcels that are SB9 eligible. I would like to point out that while the legislation became effective January 1st of this year, we have been in compliance with that legislation. Last December, the Board of Supervisors approved an amendment to Title 22 of our county code, which is our land development, land development provisions for subdivisions, allowing for urban lot splits to be processed ministerial. We also did an update to our user guide to accommodate SB9 developments at that time and have been utilizing interim guidance consistent with our interpretation of the legislation, which has been reviewed by our county council. So this zoning code package would just solidify our interim guidance into the zoning code. Next slide, please. So there are several requirements in order for a project to be eligible for SB9, either the urban lot split or addition of a second unit. The first is locational requirements. As I already mentioned, the site must be in a single-family residential zone, which is our RD1 through RD10. It needs to be a legal parcel. We do have some parcels where the legality of those parcels sometimes is in question. And lastly, it needs to be designated as a U.S. Census Bureau urbanized area or urban cluster. And that information is all readily available on the county's parcel viewer when someone types in either their accessor's parcel number or their address on the left-hand side of the screen. When they scroll down, there'll be an indicator on whether or not their property is SB9 eligible or not. The next component is that there are anti-displacement provisions in SB9. A project that is demolishing homes or displacing persons or households that live in dwelling units that are income restricted are not eligible for SB9 urban lot splits or additional development. They also cannot impact sensitive areas, which include things such as being located in a high fire severity zone, flood zones, prime agricultural lands, conservation easements, or could potentially impact sensitive habitat for certain protected species. Next slide, please. There are also some requirements if a property owner wants to subdivide their property. So once it's been determined that they meet all the other eligibility requirements, there is a requirement on the minimum parcel size for an SB9 lot of 1,200 square feet. They also, if they have a larger parcel size, need to roughly split the property 50-50, but no more than a 40-60% ratio. Once a property has been involved in an urban lot split, there are provisions to prevent that property from being further split in the future or kind of joint subdivisions between surrounding owners. There are also certain development standards that the county must abide by. First of all, we cannot preclude the development of units of at least 800 square feet in size. Those dwelling units, either the primary or the second primary dwelling unit, are allowed a reduced side and rear setback of 4 feet. And the maximum amount of parking that can be required is 1 space per unit. There are some instances, if the project is located in a high transit area, that parking requirements may be waived altogether. Doesn't typically happen in Sacramento County. Next slide, please. So while I mentioned some of the mandatory development standards that we're required to follow, there are still certain areas where the county still does have discretion, and those are listed out in the government code cited here. And those discretionary development standards that we still have control over are our front yard setbacks, height, lot depth, and width. We have the ability to restrict the size of units over 800 square feet. We can require access to a public right-of-way, and we can also require easements for the provisions of public services that are necessary to serve that property. That being said, we cannot require dedication of additional right-of-way or construction of off-site improvements. Next slide, please. In order to implement these requirements, we're proposing changes to Chapter 5's development standards, primarily in Section 5.4.2, which is our low-density residential development standards for both the creation of subdivisions as well as development of individual parcels. With this, we'll be adding a new table, which is Table 5.7.d, which will allow for reduced side and rear setbacks for SB9 primary dwellings and SDUs, which are the second primary dwellings, of 4 feet. We would limit the parking requirements to 1 space per unit unless in close proximity to mass transit. There would be a restriction on the size of one of the dwelling units. Typically, the first dwelling unit on the site we refer to as the primary dwelling. The second unit on the site that's developed, we would consider the SDU, and that would have a restriction of 1,200 square feet of habitable area. And all other development standards for our single-family residential subdivisions or development standards for single-family homes would still be applicable to SB9 projects.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
So on that SDU size up to 1,200 square feet, it still has to conform with being able to fit on the lot size with a 4-foot setback on the back or side, right? So that, in theory, would limit, in some cases, the ability to build up to 1,200 because it couldn't conform, right?
Correct. So even though the state legislation says 800 square feet, there potentially could be a property that's just so small or overdeveloped that even that would be difficult, but we wouldn't necessarily be able to prohibit that if they could figure out some way to make that work. But you are right. On our more urban lot sizes, it's very unlikely that you can get 1,200 square feet. In reviewing the ADUs that we typically see, most of those larger ADUs are occurring on our larger parcels.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right.
Just a kind of a follow-up question to that. It's, I know we don't have lot coverage requirements, but give me an example of what we'd end up with in lot coverage, because my guess is it's very high.
So I only did an analysis for the optional provisions of going above 1,200.
I noticed.
And so, for example, I looked at a 10,000 square foot site, and if you were to do, assume that there was a 2,000 square foot existing primary on there and were to build a second 2,000 square foot primary, both single story, along with the maximum amount of accessory structures, that would be an 80% coverage. So I would imagine that even at 1,200 square feet on a lot smaller than 10,000 square feet, it would be pretty significant. A lot of our surrounding urbanized areas, like cities, which are the ones that mostly seem to have criteria already adopted in their zoning codes, such as the city of Sacramento, they already have zoning codes that rely on lot coverage, and they are still requiring SB9 projects to meet their lot coverage requirements. So for city of Sacramento, for example, in their single-family zone district, they have a 40% lot coverage requirement and a maximum of, I think it's 2,500 square feet of cumulative structure area, whichever is greater. So theoretically, if you have a very large primary home, you're going to already be restricted in these areas that do it based on coverage and don't specifically say there's a unit size restriction on the SB9 unit because of their lot coverage restrictions.
And why are we not taking that approach?
Our zoning code is not established in that manner, so that would be a very large, holistic amendment to our zoning code and our general plan. It's something that we would consider as part of our next major general plan update and overhaul of our zoning code. But we are somewhat restricted on funding and timelines for this project. So we are trying to update our zoning code consistent with at least state law requirements. The grant is supposed to be expended by the end of this year unless we get an extension from the state.
And so we can't require off-site improvements. I guess my understanding of lot coverage comes into play is drainage. And so is there a way for us to mitigate drainage issues if we have a number of, 80% lot coverage projects that are going on in close proximity? Like, how do we handle that? How do we handle that potential impact?
That is a very good question that I do not have an answer for.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is that you are able to deny a request if there's an impact to public health or safety, and so perhaps if there was an issue through evaluation of the plans from our Department of Water Resources, there could be a denial of a request for those purposes.
Yeah, in this case, I think it would be more of a cumulative impact, right?
Sure,
It's like,
sure.
yeah, one of these one-off isn't a big deal, but I think, my understanding, I'm not a drainage engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but that's my concern is if we cause these issues as a cumulative impact. So I guess until we have something better in place, that's why I wasn't real clear on the 1,200 versus 800. I get that we have to put the 800 in place, but at this point, the 1,200 is kind of a nice to have from the board's recommendation. Is that?
Correct. When we were there in December and we initially brought it up, they also kind of started talking about ADUs and the fact that they would like to bump those up a little bit. And so because we bumped accessory dwelling unit max size up to 1,200, we felt that it seemed appropriate to at least match the primary dwelling unit to that same number, so that we weren't hindering folks from doing SB9 versus choosing to doing what they can do under ADU law.
Yeah, because we bumped up that ADU limit, we now kind of doubled down on the lot coverage, right?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, that answers my question.
All right. So the next portion of my presentation really focuses on attachment 1 in your packet. And these are optional items for your commission to consider and recommend to the Board of Supervisors. These are not items that are mandated by SB9 legislation, but we have received some requests from the public and from meetings with representatives from the Building Industry Association regarding some additional flexibility in at least 2 of these areas. And so the first one, if I can have you go to the next slide, please, is option A, which is increasing the allowable size for a second dwelling unit from 1,200 square feet to up to 2,000 square feet for parcels that are at least a half acre in size, which is parcels that are greater than 21,780 square feet. As I previously mentioned, we did do a little bit of analysis on what a lot coverage would be, kind of utilizing the most conservative approach, which was both dwelling units would be single story. If both units were 2-story, obviously the lot coverage would be a little bit less, but probably not significantly. And so that's how we decided that at least having a half acre, you were still likely to have at least somewhere in the realm of at least no more than 40-some% coverage of your lot. Would you like me to go through all 3 options and then provide an opportunity for your commission to ask questions on those? And
I kind of like the break it up and ask questions on individual. I think that's working well. So
okay,
let's take questions on option A now.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll kick it off. Is there any requirement for 3-story? Like, where would this apply?
There is not. We received some comments from the public indicating that we should be treating dwelling units under SB9 in as similar a manner as our regular single-family dwellings. And currently in our zoning code, we do have provisions that would allow for a 3-story primary dwelling, but in those instances, we do have a greater rear yard setback than we would for a 1- or 2-story structure. So that's the only reason it's in there, is just for consistency.
So the 10 feet interior side yard is the same setback as what's currently in our code for primary dwelling?
Correct.
Got it. And for a two-story dwelling, is our current setbacks are really based, are they all 4 feet or are they?
They're 5 feet,
They're 5
but
feet.
state legislation does have the 4-foot reduction. They don't discuss height, so we've allowed it for the 1 and 2 stories because those are the most common.
But is this similar to an ADU where we can force a max height in order to comply with that 4-foot setback? Or to be forced into it?
So in ADU law, there actually is a height provision that is in that legislation, and I believe it's 16 feet. And so our ADU section does have that. We do provide a little bit of a additional height for ADUs that are attached to a primary, because we don't want, a 2-story primary with a funky little ADU added on. But for SB9, there is not a height restriction listed in there. And based on my understanding from a workshop that was recently put on by the American Planning Association and an attorneys group they hired, height is an item that we do have discretion to restrict.
Okay, that answers my questions.
So if I can, this was brought forward, you said, by the BIA?
There was actually a member of the public who was working on a project that we said was not in compliant with our interim guidance. They contacted the BIA, which resulted in additional communications with them. And so it was both comments from a member of the public as well as representatives of the BIA.
I'm just curious. I understand, what 800 square feet does to a home. I guess is there a need, I guess, in that sense for 2,000 square feet versus 1,200? Like, what's the argument there? Is it to make it more marketable, or is there a demand? I don't. The point of this SB9, from my understanding, was to be able to allow for quicker turnarounds to provide more housing because we have a shortage of housing in California, right? If I'm remembering SB9 correctly?
Correct.
So this is to be able to make sure that it's ministerial, not going through a public planning process the same way other folks would be doing. So in some ways, this is without the community input in the sense of being able to, as neighbors, say, I have concerns or what have you, based on changes to the zoning or being able to split a lot or what have you. So again, what's the need or urgency on 2,000 versus 1,200?
Just the request from the member of the public.
Got it. So one member of the public requested that through the BIA?
On the size limitation, we did have a few more on option 2 that I'll get into, but so far on the size limitation, there's only been the one member of the public that's been emailing us pretty regularly.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that brings up a follow-up question to me. It's the sentence that kind of starts option A, and it says, due to the ministerial requirements of SB9, deviations to the development standards are not allowed. That's only if we use SB9 process, right? One of these urban lots could just apply through the regular process to have a lot split and construct a second dwelling. Like, I guess, how does this work if somebody were to go, hey, I really want a 1,600 square foot or a 2,000 square foot unit? Could they not go through the normal approach of requesting a lot split?
The way we have it set up in our code is it's directly related to SB9. It would probably be cleaner to do that as maybe an amendment to our accessory dwelling unit section, which applies more broadly than SB9. But really the key is that in our zoning code, anything we stipulate is kind of an SB9 standard is really intended to be ministerial. So I think we'd have to be a little creative in how we would accommodate that through.
And it would really depend. I think in many cases, we have properties that would be unable to further split their lots due to minimum lot size requirements per their zoning district. And so if they wanted to build another primary home on the lot, or what we would call here a second dwelling unit, their only option would be to either construct an ADU or a second dwelling unit, because they would not be able to further split their lot under our current zoning code minimum lot size requirements.
But these are
But under urban lot split, they could.
Under an urban lot split, they could, but not.
these are two separate actions, though, right? So they could apply for ministerial urban lot split, right? You guys approve it, right? And then they go, hey, I want to construct a 2,000 square foot house on this and violate all the setbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, no problem. You can apply for whatever you want, right? As far as a single family house with setbacks, right? And go for discretionary review.
Well, the first home that they built wouldn't have the size limitation. It would just be the second unit. So we would catch it as part of plan check, and that's where we would restrict the size limitation on the second dwelling that was built.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if we have 800 square feet in our code for a ministerial review, they split the lot, you guys split the lot ministerially, staff approval, that meets the SB9 requirements. Now they have this resultant parcel without a unit on it. First parcel still has a primary unit on it. If they want to build something bigger than 800 square feet, that would be totally allowed. They just have to go through design review.
No design
No
review.
design review.
They would have to just apply
On
to
that
staff
resultant
to,
lot with
to meet all
no
the-
structures currently on it, they'd be able to build a primary unit on it as well as a
Oh,
secondary.
they'd be able to build a primary unit because,
Absolutely.
but they would have to meet all of our current code for primary units, like setback, height.
My understanding is that they would have to, that they could use the development standards under SB 9. So they would have they'd have the 4-foot side yard setback. They'd have to meet front yard setback requirements. Is that right, Wendy?
But I guess how do we deal with it when it's above the cap, right? After the urban lot split? Because my guess is we can still deal with this. It just has to go through a process that we would treat a custom home process too, right? It's like a first home on your lot, right?
So I'm hoping, yeah, if you can make it just a little bit bigger, maybe this graphic will kind of help a little bit. So I think you're talking about this scenario right here, where there's a single home on the property. They split it in half, correct? And now there's this vacant piece.
Correct.
What they can do on this vacant piece is any of these 4 scenarios here.
Go ahead.
Okay, so they can actually now put, in essence, on that second lot, 2 structures.
Correct.
Whether they go through any of these 4 options, but they can go through that. So SB 9 allows them to, is that without the SB 9 urban lot split or with, forgive me?
Okay, so this top row is showing with an urban lot split what your maximum resulting capacity would be. So you split the parcel, and on one of them you can have a primary dwelling and a second primary dwelling. On the other parcel, you can have an attached primary or secondary, or in this option, you are doing a accessory unit on one, which is typically a smaller unit, and a primary or secondary. But the key is you only get two dwellings. Whatever the combination that you pick, you get a maximum of 2 dwellings on the resultant lot.
Okay.
So this would, the second line would show you kind of configurations for that resultant lot. Or if they choose not to do an urban lot split, we are still holding people to a maximum of 2 unless the commission and the board decide to combine ADU law with SB 9 law.
I mean, so at the end of the day, though, without having to go through any formal processes with their neighborhood, you could end up in a situation where there's, I understand these are somewhat attached, but they look like 4 different units through this process, even though there are 3 different structures. Is that right?
So kind
a
of
maximum of 3 buildings, but 4 units that are available for either rent or dwelling or use as a residence of some sort.
You are correct that if you took the one parcel where you could have your one home on it, and you did both options, you split the lot and then put the two dwellings on each parcel, you could end up with 4, whereas you currently have 1 dwelling on the parcel.
And that's the part that's mandated under state law.
No, I understand that. I'm not questioning the infinite wisdom of the state. I'm just wanting to make sure that from a, how do we help, I guess, there are some dynamics where in theory you move into a neighborhood, you assume certain things, and I understand that that's changing based under the law. But that's why I guess I'm concerned around allowing in some cases to go up to 2,000, because really if you're looking at that option there, where you do a lot split under SB9, but now you're really talking about the potential for 2 additional units on that other part of it, even if it's a half acre. I mean, these are things that I would struggle with without having to have any kind of public input based on, the assumptions that you make. And I get it, we all have to change our assumptions because of SB9 now that, a half acre lot doesn't mean anything or an acre lot doesn't mean anything anymore. It means that at any moment, my neighbor could change the rules, and now there's going to be 3 units or even 4 units potentially now within what that was. And that's just the way it is. But I do think where we can, I'll say, control the sizing of that versus continuing just to expand those things without any sense of the public input, I don't know how to really get there in my mind. Because in my head, if you really want to build beyond, right, what is the intent, which is to create units to help our housing crisis in California, I don't think the intent is to circumvent the rules and now start saying, I'm going to subdivide my lots so I can make a more marketable house versus what is necessary around these rules, which is we're trying to get more people options that are more affordable quickly in neighborhoods.
Yeah. Earlier, it was mentioned that we'll be doing a workshop before the Planning Commission before the Board of Supervisors to evaluate. We have a very lengthy list of code amendment projects that we're working through. If this is an item that your commission is not really comfortable with, as I mentioned, it is optional. It's not a requirement. It is something that could be evaluated as a future code amendment, which would go through the entire public review process again, which would be going to the CPACs to get input from them and then coming to your Planning Commission and to the board. The timing of that right now would be unknown because, as I mentioned, we do have a rather lengthy list of amendments that the board will be looking at and prioritizing which ones they feel are of a greater priority than others.
So I'm just curious, the other thing you made a comment around was that you could combine the SB9 and the ADU rules together. Yep. Was there any appetite from the board around that, or is there a desire to keep those separate?
That has not been discussed yet with the Board of Supervisors. So there, after we presented to your commission back in April, HCD, around that same time that our packet came out, issued what they considered a fact sheet on SB9. And according to their fact sheet, they believed that by law we were required to allow for both. However, HCD also indicated that they do not have purview over SB9's interpretation or enforcement, and there has since been, that's why we didn't bring the SB9 information forward to the board, because we wanted to dive into HCD's fact sheet. We knew there were some upcoming trainings with our legal counsel and their professional organizations, as well as the APA. And it does seem that pursuant to the actual language of SB9, it is within our local jurisdiction's authority to combine or not combine these two provisions. So that'll be the third option. I can jump to that one if you want to jump to that one since we're already talking about it, and then just go back to the last one, which is the road
Yeah, I
item.
think that'd be great.
All right, so if you can go back to the PowerPoint, and let's see, what slide do we need to go to? Um,
13.
It would be slide number 12. Oops, actually, I'm sorry, we're doing private roads last. It would be slide number 14. I lied. Slide number 13. Let's start there. Yeah, 13. All right. So as I mentioned, there's Government Code Section 65852.21. And based on our county council's read of that, as well as some additional research that they had done, it indicates that the county does not have to allow for a second primary dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit, and a junior accessory dwelling unit in addition to the already permitted primary dwelling units on SB9 eligible lots. So bottom line is we can restrict the number of dwelling units for those that are looking to use just SB9 to 2 dwelling units per parcel. Now what that does mean is when you have a parcel that goes through an urban lot split, as Chris just went through, that original parcel that you have may ultimately become 2 parcels, which would allow for 2 on each resulting parcel for a total of 4. If you allowed for the combination of both provisions when they do an urban lot split, the legislation is very clear. You can't have more than 2 dwellings on each of those resultant lots. So it would really only impact those properties that don't want to do an urban lot split. They'll either have to pick, do they want to go under the SB9 provisions, or do they want to go under the ADU provisions? Under ADU law, you can have a primary dwelling, an attached or detached accessory dwelling, and a junior accessory dwelling of up to 500 square feet within the habitable area of the primary dwelling. So under ADU law, you can actually end up with 3 dwelling units. If you combine the 2, you end up with 4. I know, it's clear as mud, right?
I don't know if the pictures do it justice.
Sorry.
I get what you're saying, but, are we in a Census Bureau designated urban area, right? I think it would be very helpful in this case to show, what does 90% lot coverage really look like, right? And maybe show some parcels that would be urban lot split and ADU'd up, because now we're really, combine those and we're talking about significant density, and then show, hey, what does it look like on a 1 acre parcel? Because I think kind of getting that in our mind would help us to understand, and maybe what is 800 square feet, 1,200, 2,000, because there's just a lot of jumbling numbers, and I haven't done all the math, so that would be my one of my suggestions to help us better understand it.
Chair Rachel, this is Jim Phil. Sorry, just to also add to that. So there's other bills that kind of streamline the ministerial process. SB 35 from Scott Wiener 5 years ago also tried to tackle this. But there was an annual progress report permit summary that's being required for all permitting agencies. And so perhaps, I'm not sure if the presenter is going to be covering this in her future slides, but should there be an annual assessment or report that goes back to the Planning Commission as to how developers or project applicants are taking advantage of this new process? That might be very helpful and useful, because right now we really can't see the real world impacts yet of how comboing from 1 to basically 4 dwelling units in one place could have an impact to our existing communities. And so I don't know if this is the right time to ask this question, but will there be an updated annual progress report summary that is required by SB9, or does Sacramento County intend to do something similar as required by SB 35?
I can go ahead and answer that. Yeah. Okay, so SB 35 actually has a requirement that the project have 10% of affordability, and as part of that bill also required the annual reporting. That being said, we do have our annual housing element report, and as part of that report, we will already be reporting on like the number of accessory dwelling units that are built, as well as other types of units. As part of the implementation process for SB9, we are currently trying to figure out when these projects come through for building permit. Working with our DTEC staff and the building department to potentially make some changes to the data they collect so we can better classify, is a unit coming in as a primary dwelling, as an SB9 dwelling, as an ADU, so that it can be captured in our housing element annual report. I believe that annual report does go to the Planning Commission before it goes to the board. I know it goes to the board typically in March, so it must be earlier in the year, like January, February. Nope, right before.
Yeah, we typically bring that report to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in March of every calendar year. Yep. It doesn't require the Planning Commission act on it. That's why we can tee them up very close to each other on the calendar.
Yeah. So while not specifically a requirement of the legislation, we'll capture it through that mechanism.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. If I may do a follow-up on your question about the lot coverages for different size units, are you more curious about kind of our typical suburban and urban lot sizes versus kind of our larger areas that have like 10,000 square foot lots and larger? For example, a typical RD 5 lot, might be around 6,000 or 7,000 square feet.
Yeah, I guess I'm assuming I kind of know where the boundaries of urban and rural are, but that may not be what the census says. So I'm not real clear. Would you say that most of our lots are SB9 eligible or not? Or is there even do we have a map that shows that?
I don't know that we included the map in this package.
There's a link in the in the SB9 FAQ sheet on how to look it up. We don't, I believe, have a countywide just map of it, right? You have to go through lot by lot.
No, we do have a map that we did. I think we did it for the SB9 package from last year in December.
That went to the board. Okay.
Yeah, but it included, so not only is it the designated areas, but we've also, the other, I guess, filtering mechanism is RD 1 through 10. So we do have a real wide range of lots that are potentially eligible when you layer in both the urban designated areas with the RD 1 through 10.
Got it. So is that state law also, or does state law only
It's our
say...
interpretation of state law is the RD 1 through 10 because the law says that lots available for
single-family residential, single-family zones.
Yes.
Yeah, we actually contemplated going lower than that into like our AR zones and felt there was a good argument per how those are designated in our general plans and community plans and zoning codes that those are not truly single-family zones. That's why we started with the RD1. So your larger lots are probably more in portions of kind of Fair Oaks, Carmichael, that still would meet that census designated place. Some of the Arden Arcade areas. Now, areas that are within an NPA and SBA, we're still evaluating how specifically those will be impacted. Some of our SBAs and NPAs have very unique land use designations like residential mixed use. Others actually just defer back to our zoning code or have a base zoning attached to them. So, for example, a lot of the Arden Arcade area will say RD-4 NPA. So those would be impacted by SB9.
So I guess I had viewed those as they had to both be in effect, and what you're saying is it's one or the other. So can you give me an example of a legal parcel that's designated urbanized area that would be eligible that's not RD1 through RD10?
No, and just to clarify, it is a two-part test. You have to meet both.
You have to meet both.
Yes.
You do.
So something that is rural but is zoned RD1
Does not
qualify.
No.
Got it. Okay. That's what I thought. I got confused because I thought it was if they fall on that. Okay.
No, they have to meet both of those requirements. Yes.
But if a neighborhood assumed because they have an NPA or things of that sort, that doesn't do anything anymore if they're in the census area in zone RD1 through RD10, which most of them are.
Correct. It's very similar to when changes were made in 2017 and later in 2020 related to accessory dwelling units.
Right.
Any of our NPAs or SPAs that prohibited those or had more restrictive requirements automatically had to go to the state default. Yeah.
So in general, since we're saying they have to be in this urban designated area, we are dealing typically with mostly smaller lots. I wouldn't imagine there'd be a whole lot of.
No, I would say you might be surprised on what has an urban census designation.
Okay,
to do
that's
it.
okay. That's the answer to my question. So most of them are probably going to fall in there.
Yeah, because we have a lot of infill lots that maybe they can't do a traditional parcel map because, say they're 8,000 square feet and the minimum parcel size is 5 or 6, so they can't split their property in the traditional manner, but they could split it under SB9, under the urban lot split provisions. So we have probably quite a few properties that are larger than the minimum requirement, particularly a lot of narrow, deep lots.
I can see them in my head where I live in my communities of Carmichael, Fair Oaks, and Arden Arcade. So
the narrow, deep lot. Yeah, Commissioner Corona.
Oh, yeah, I just have a question. So ADU and JADUs help meet our RENA numbers. Right?
Correct. We get to count a percentage of those towards our lower income households. SB9 was somewhat new, and so that is not included in our housing element. So while we wouldn't be able to count those homes towards our lower income, they would count towards our overall housing production requirements more for probably our moderate or above moderate income levels.
All right, are we ready to go back to option B and talk private roads?
Certainly. So that one is slide 12. Okay. So probably in a lot of the areas where we do have the larger lots, we also have a lot of properties that are served by a private drive versus having direct access off of a public right-of-way. And there is the ability within SB9 to require that properties either have access to or front on a public right-of-way. Currently within our zoning code, we limit the number of properties that can utilize a private drive to 2 dwelling units. Now, that being said, there are some cases where there are multiple parcels on a private drive. They may be very old, historic developments prior to our code requirement for having that stipulation. But currently what ends up happening is when someone goes to subdivide their property, if there are already 2 properties being served by that private drive, either our Department of Transportation or Special Improvement District Department will require that that roadway be brought up to a public road standard, so acquire additional right-of-way and improve the road as such. or as part of their map request, they go through a special development request to deviate from the restriction to allow for more than 2. Since we are not allowed to ask for additional right-of-way or off-site improvements under SB9 or a special development permit, we've have had a few people try to submit for urban lot splits, and we've had to reject their applications because they're served by a private drive, and this would add another lot to that private drive. So the proposal for option B would provide some flexibility to that, and the intent of the provision is still to ensure that we are meeting health and safety issues. So as part of the urban lot split, the project would be distributed out to our transportation departments and the applicable fire district, and they could weigh in on if they had any concerns with that. We would also require that the applicant obtain basically consent from those properties that also have access rights to that private road. That is not something that we currently require when someone comes in for a special development permit. However, those property owners that have access to that road get notification when the project goes to CPAC and the hearing body, and they have the ability to, voice their concerns through that means. And so that was the intent behind this provision, was to both make sure that if we were to allow for that we're still addressing making sure we're meeting health and safety requirements for ingress and egress, and that the property owners that may have a maintenance agreement or, it may be an easement across their private property have some say-so in allowing additional folks to utilize that roadway.
So once again, in practicality, would this work out like, hey, they get a form to have the other person with access sign off on? And would there be some possible financial negotiation between those folks? Like, is it, so basically, hey, I need you to submit this form with your SB9 application, go work it out privately?
Pretty much.
I'm sorry. So in the same process, though, you do an urban lot split on this private drive. In theory, you get the consent. Is that put into the new title to ensure, like in perpetuity, that they're actually going to adhere to their ownership of the private drive or their maintenance agreements? Like, where does that reside? Is it in? I mean, a lot of these don't have homeowners associations. They have some sort of like CCNRs or something of the sort. Like, where does that reside when you split?
Or just
this?
a maintenance agreement,
right? So is that, where is that record held?
Yeah. So I believe the maintenance agreements oftentimes are just private agreements that the individual property owners agree to and the county's not directly involved with. Mm-hmm. If they come in with a map and they're showing the access easement going across the property, that usually gets recorded as part of the map process to show the actual access easement. But the maintenance part, or whether someone says, sure, I'll grant you easement, but it's going to cost you X amount of dollars, those would be private negotiations.
So, yeah, I get your point. Like, where does it get recorded?
Well, what happens if that person sells? Is that attached?
Yeah.
Or is it just a contract out there that they're no longer obliged to because they don't own the property, and the new person coming in says, I'm not doing that?
Yeah. I don't know that we would be involved in the maintenance aspect of it, but having this document as part of the urban lot split, I'm sure we would be able then to condition the recordation of the easement and who has access rights to that easement.
I'll tell you, if we're going to be doing something, I appreciate the idea that the other participants are having to consent to this, in the sense of, because there's impacts on their private roads, there's safety and health and everything else when it comes to those. So I would say if there is a direction on some of these, especially here, and again, we have private roads up and down the area in Carmichael, especially, like I like the idea of requiring consent from the other owners for access of easement before it would be approved in that sense beyond the condition. Because then, again, there is some sort of check and balance a little bit on these things versus just something happens one day and all of a sudden the neighbors are like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or they get tired of the person in the, landlocked parcel driving like, a crazy person back and forth across their private road, and they want to change something, and then we have some abandoned parcel with no access, right? Mm-hmm. If it's not recorded anywhere, if it's just a private agreement, it can be a canceled private agreement too. And then you have a house, a 2,000 square foot house that doesn't connect to public right away.
I mean, there's a reason why you probably have a rule like there should only be 2 people on these drives, so that there's, in essence, a balance around it versus, potentially now, let's say there's now going to be 8 individuals potentially driving on these private roads.
All right, any other questions on option A, B, C, or any other staff questions before I move on to public comment? I'm sure we'll break these up for deliberation also. Commissioner Borja, anything before I move to public comment?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure we'll have some more questions here in a bit.
All right, and then I'll come back and do the recommendation. Just real quick, the environmental.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought.
Go to slide, I think 15. So environmental review, we did do a prior initial study and negative declaration. Our environmental coordinator did take a look at this revised package, indicated that it did not impact the analysis that was done, and provided us with a memo to that saying that the initial study and negative declaration prepared for the project is still adequate. And next slide, please. So per staff recommendation is to have your commission tell us if you would like us to incorporate any of the options in attachment 1 or modifications to those options to present to the Board of Supervisors. And then secondly, recognize the environmental coordinator's memorandum dated July X, which I think was July 25th. And he determined the negative declaration prepared pursuant to CEQA is still adequate. And then lastly, recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the proposed amendments to the zoning code with any of the additional options that your commission wants to move forward.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open public comment. I'm going to call Rudy Macias first, and then Karen West, you're on deck. Thank you for bearing with us tonight. It's been a long agenda.
No, I think you guys need a break or something. I felt kind of bad. You guys are sitting up there for so long. So, my name is Rudy Macias. An architect here, a lifelong resident of Sacramento County. Been working on residential architecture for the last 25 years, and so this is kind of in our wheelhouse. We enjoy working on these. We work on a lot of ADUs. When those laws got passed, that was great. And so this SB9 is also a new law. So I want to talk about that just a little bit. I'd also really like to thank Wendy for doing a good job presenting it. She was also very responsive. I know I'm that one person from the community that probably annoyed her, but she really did listen to a lot of the things we do. So what you're seeing here in this package I was presented was a lot of adjustments that were made, and I think she described that memo in there. They described it as these are necessary changes to make sure that we're implementing the bill correctly. And so a lot of those steps have been done. So I just want to touch on a couple of things. The first one has to do with the intent of what Senate Bill 9 was here to create. And I think that was something that was brought up. And I'm going to read an excerpt directly from here, because this is the most important thing as to why this legislation was created, is that it will enable homeowners to create intergenerational wealth and provide access to more rental and ownership options for working families who would otherwise be priced out of neighborhoods. So the entire intent is to provide options that go above and beyond the laws that have already been provided by accessory dwelling units. These are not the same things. They can't be considered the same things. And in the very first statement of the law, it tells us that if you want to find ADU laws, those have been approved. This bill is something different than ADUs. So combining them is not really the right way to implement this law. We are also looking, and we appreciate that it's been done there, but what we're looking at is when these options were created, especially option A is the one I want to talk about, that really is necessary in order for us to differentiate ourselves from ADUs. We can put that into practical. I'm going to pick on Tatishi for a second here. If Commissioner Tatishi purchased a lot, had a house on it, it was a large lot, and wanted to build a second residence for perhaps his aging grandparents, his son, daughter, growing family, he could go to the very nice planning staff and ask them, how big of an ADU, if I want to go that route, can I build? And they will tell you very nicely, 1,200 square feet. And if you go to them and say, well, now maybe I want something bigger, what about SB9? What does that allow me to build? And they will tell you 1,200 square feet. Do you feel like you have been given options to really build your property the way you want, the way that SB9 has been written for you to be able to? And the answer is no, it really isn't. You can answer if you wanted. Sorry, I answered it for you, but if you wanted to. So we see that's really the case. We're not really being presented with more options, and there's no real substantial difference between ADUs and secondary dwelling units when you cap the size the same way. We do appreciate that they've been actually categorized in a different way. So that's what we really want to focus on is that option A really wants to be increased. And they did a very nice job, and I'll let my colleague talk a little bit about lot coverage and how important that could be. But given the rules that we're given, looking at lots that are larger, especially half acre, we would even propose at an acre or more that you would see an increase in the size and square footage so that the larger lots that can house these larger properties can have larger houses, and the small lots should be limited to the size that would be appropriate for them. And that's what we're looking for. Everything else here that we're looking at is great. We would just encourage you to look at that option A, maybe even look at expanding it further for things that are an acre, maybe even going up to what a standard house size would be under new construction now. I realize I'm past my time, so I thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Karen, you're up.
Thank you. My name is Karen West, and I, like Rudy, we've been working together for many, many years. I've been working in this industry since 1989. So again, fully understand the different options that are available and being presented before us, and find that it's highly important for us to really consider the different things that we have available. The most specific thing is that it's at least 800 square feet. SB9 is incredibly clear on that point, at least 800. It has no cap written in the law, and therefore it should be really reviewed very carefully in terms of putting any kind of cap on the square footage specifically. I would agree with you. When you look at an RD10 and 3,000 square feet or 3,500 square feet, there's no way you're going to get a 2,000 square foot secondary dwelling unit on that parcel. You can barely get one on there. The lot sizes are going to predicate much of the size that's available or the type of unit that you could actually do. So those things do need to be taken into account. And as Rudy mentioned, it's imperative that you consider that sliding scale when you look at the half acre or acre and be able to increase commensurately. If you're on an acre lot and you have two houses that are even 3,000 square feet, you can meet your standard setback criteria, even though SB9 says everything can be 4 feet. And you still have ample room, plenty of distance between the units. And I think it's wrong to just pigeonhole a number when you have very different things with all the different RD conditions and lot sizes that you have before you. So I would really encourage you to think about that. Yes, lot coverage is the mechanism that would protect you in the concerns that you have brought forth tonight. So I realize that's a huge undertaking. It really should be looked at because just about every jurisdiction carries lot coverage as an item, particularly with suburban development. One last thing I would just mention is that when you think about East Sac, think about the houses that are in East Sac and the way they've handled garages, which often have been converted and then have units above garages and things like that. Think about the density that's down there that you don't see maybe as well sometimes. It can be done well. Don't say no to something just because it scares you. It can be done well, and let's consider that and really look at each condition that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have anybody else in the chambers that would like to address the commission this evening on this item? All right, how about online?
We do have one caller on the phone. Please send the first caller, the only caller actually, so far. Hello, caller, you're now in the meeting.
Okay.
And you can start with your comment, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Kyla Steffen, and I am calling in. I'm actually probably the one person that Karen and Rudy are advocating for. And I understand that, you know, a lot of these meetings you don't necessarily look at kind of the personal benefit that it's maybe going to have for one of your one person in the community. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of background of maybe it would kind of address commissioners' concern of, you know, what is the demand for something like this to be adopted. So my husband and I purchased a property in the Fair Oaks, Carmichael area on a lot that is over 1 acre. And we purchased it knowing about the new SB9 law going into effect in California. We're both long-term residents of Sacramento and want to, you know, have our family here and retire here. We just had our first son. And our dream was to purchase that lot and then live in it for the rest of our lives and raise our family there and hopefully be able to, at some point when we need to, bring our families there to live with us, because unfortunately neither of our families are able to live in the Sacramento County anymore. They live far away. We both have sisters with 2 young kids that live on the East Coast and live in Southern California. We have parents that no longer live here. So our dream was to not only remodel the home that's currently on the property, that's about 3,500 square feet or 3,000 square feet, but to build a secondary primary residence, not considered an ADU, that is about 2,000 square feet. It's actually a little bit over right now, but it's about 2,100 square feet. And that residence would not be, you know, for resale purposes or to, you know, monetize the lot. It would solely be to build our dream home and fulfill our dream of having our parents and our children be able to come back from college and stay with us, with their families, or have our families come from out of town and stay for us. Yeah, maybe it's only going to be at this point 3 or 4 times a year for a week at a time, but that was our dream. And that's why we purchased this lot and started designing this secondary dwelling unit, only to, you know, be excited that SB9 was put into place in California, submit immediately to the county, and have us be told that we might not be able to build this now. So I just, you know, thought that I would call in, give a little bit of insight as to maybe why these options are coming before you now, and hope that you'll just kind of think about that a little bit more and take it into consideration. So thank you for your time, and hope you have a great night.
Thank you for calling in. All right, you said that's the only caller on the line? All right, well, that will go ahead and close public comment.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Thank you. To staff, so I'm curious, the caller made a comment that I just want to make sure I'm understanding. If they go through an SB9 lot split, that does become 2 different parcels, or is it still 1 parcel with just 2 dwellings?
It's 2 separate parcels.
So nothing precludes or guarantees that that second lot isn't sold to somebody else? I mean, you can use it as a rental, as the law is stating it can be, or it could just be you do the lot split, you build it, and then you sell it.
So something that wasn't covered earlier, but was covered when we went through this earlier in the year, is that SB9 for urban lot splits does have a requirement that the property owner sign an affidavit indicating that they will live in one of the units for a period of 3 years. And so they certainly could sell one of those parcels to to someone else, or they could maintain it for rental, but they do have to live in one of the homes built on or already there on one of the properties.
That's what I recalled, and that's why I just am asking, because there isn't anything that says the secondary or one of the two parcels can't, it's not required to stay for 2 or 3 years within an entity. So again, people can come and into our communities and just buy up parcels knowing that they can immediately split them, even though they're not zoned that way per se in some of these cases, change the character of the community, build homes there, and then sell off one of them as long as they're living in the other piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I think that's where my concerns around the intent. I'm not against the state passing SB9 or having these requirements to try to support more housing stock and all of those things. I guess the concern I've always had with this has been around those who, and I'm not accusing anyone who is currently in this position. I'm just saying I'm concerned with where this could go in the sense of we have rules now that allow if you want to buy a big piece of property and you want to build multiple homes, you can go through a process to try to get it changed, with your neighborhood input and everything else. And whether or not it happens, it's a question of whether it's the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors or whomever, but there's a process to do that. This now says there is no process. As long as it meets certain basic requirements, you can split the lot and you can build. Now, we have discretion, and I think that's what the state has said in there, saying it can't be less than 800, but it's saying to the communities, you determine what is the appropriate amount for those communities to be able to do that before you then have to go through a regular process or non the SB9 route to do those things. Because you could, in theory, as I think our chairman said earlier, you don't have to go through SB9 if you want to go through a regular planning process to build on your property. Right, beyond what is currently zoned. If you want to use the exemptions of SB9, then there are requirements that the county can impose to help regulate what is a process across the board to protect and support both SB9 and the communities. But if you wanted to go beyond that, I just want to be clear, you can always choose to go through a process to say, I want to subdivide my property and go to the planning department and fill out the applications and do all the normal things without going through SB9, or must you only use SB9 now?
Well, yeah, let's maybe clarify a couple of things. So one is that if you wanted to put a second property on your parcel larger than 1,200 square feet, there is no other option, right? You can put an ADU, and it can only be 1,200 square feet, but there's no option to go larger than that, right?
Can I interrupt there?
Yeah.
I'm just confused. If somebody submits a 1,250 square foot ADU right now,
No.
we reject it. We don't send it through a design process?
No, it's not allowed. There's no path forward.
Okay, because I'm going to say that the other jurisdiction that I serve on the Planning Commission, we do it every day. So I think we gotta have to look at that, because basically there's no state law precludes us from rejecting anything below 800 square feet, but it doesn't preclude us from saying that anything outside of that is ministerial, right? It says that basically if it's above that, then it becomes your normal discretionary process.
If the board or city council, depending on whether it's a city or council, allows for that provision. Our ADU ordinance, before the 1,200 square foot that was just recently adopted by the board, it was 850 or 1,000, and you could get a special development permit to go up to 1,200. Now that there's a 1,200 cap, there is no mechanism under an accessory dwelling unit in our zoning code to go above that.
Sure, there's variance.
I guess that's what I'm asking.
But the question I've heard twice so far has to do with doing a lot split via a parcel map through, in this county, the Subdivision Review Committee, the discretionary route. And I don't see how that can't still be available, because otherwise, if you're a property owner and you want to split your lot, like has been hypothesized here, if you can only go through SB9, you can't build a house over 1,200 or 800 square feet.
Yeah.
That can't be right.
But,
So
but
there-
some of the parcel splits that are contemplated are not allowed outside of an SB9 process unless you were to rezone the property.
But it's still two separate actions, I would argue. I would argue that you could ministerially approve your SB9 parcel split, but if you had something that's over what we have as ministerial review under SB9, then it would go to your process through which you would be subject to all of the normal parcel requirements and building requirements, setback, height, design, whatever those be, under that normal option.
Yeah, I think I'm getting to the caller, and I don't know the individual circumstances there, but if their parcel could not be split because they don't meet minimum lot size requirements, then there is no path forward to split that lot under the current.
Sure, yeah,
current
in
code.
that circumstance. But in another circumstance, there may be sufficient property to
Sure. I think a good example,
allow
the
someone to go
last time the Planning Commission met, you heard the Grand Avenue parcel map, right? And there were, that was a 2-lot map that came through a parcel map process, which could have been handled through an SB9 process. However, the property owner did not want to sign the affidavit indicating they would live on the property for 3 years, and so they did go through a kind of normal discretionary process, but not everyone is going to be in that situation.
So I'm curious, because what you described, Chairman Rethal, around you could have a ministerial to this threshold and then discretionary beyond for ADUs, could that not be something we would consider as an option to propose to the board? That we still say everything is ministerial up to 1,200, and then if they want to go through SB9 above that, is there a way to have a discretionary process beyond there?
So at the December board hearing, the board did indicate that they would consider that as a future amendment package as long as that went through the full public process of going to the CPACs and public outreach, and that was specific to accessory dwelling units, correct? So there is potential that at some point in the future we could have provisions to go above the 1,200 square feet for ADUs, but the way that the code is currently written now, they can do a special development permit to other development standards for ADUs, except the 1,200 is a hard cap. Similar to in our Chapter 5, where we have development standards with density, you can ask for a special development permit to deviate from development standards with the exception of the density. So there are certain things within our code that there isn't a mechanism to do a special development permit. The county really doesn't have variances anymore outside of SPAs and NPAs
You do.
that
They're
allow
in there.
for that. But
They're still in there. You don't process them anymore. But what the variance is the variance is where the owner goes if there's no way forward with a special development permit. And like you're saying, there's a hard cap on the size of an accessory dwelling unit via the special development permit. That's where you would have to go to the variance and meet those standards in the variance process. We haven't done it that much in the past, 5, even 10 years, but the variance is still, it's in the zoning code.
And it is used maybe too much in other jurisdictions. I'm no fan of the variance process, but it is definitely alive and well to handle those things for properties that don't fit. They don't look like their neighbor. There's got to be a good reason for the variance to be there.
There does, and the findings that need to be made by the decision body are somewhat difficult to
They're
make.
tough.
Right.
But in this case, this is kind of what we're dealing with, right? Is these really odd parcel splits, right? So it seems like a relatively good case for it.
I'm just curious, because at the end of the day, I'm not against looking at 2,000 square foot homes or anything above 1,200 by any means where the property supports it. What I'm struggling with SB9 and the ADUs is the fact that the public has very little to almost no input. Even though, again, some of the neighborhoods that were built or purchased or why you moved there were on certain assumptions. And I understand the laws have changed, but people bought before those laws were there. And those things are now, I'll say, community protections or public protections have not completely vanished, but where can we find balance on these approaches so that we can say this is where it's ministerial and this is where, whether it's a variance or some sort of discretionary process, can happen. I feel more comfortable around that in being able to work in the communities, especially that I live in and represent in that sense. They have NPAs, they have designations and other things that they fought very hard to get into different, planning documents and action plans and everything else that our communities have gone through in the county especially. And that's predominantly District 3, which is, I think, 98% all county residents. Like it's a big issue in my mind to then go back to all those communities. And I understand the law is the law. I'm not saying circumvent the law. I'm saying what's the area where we can work within it. And that's just my curiosity really stems from that idea of here's where we know we have no say. And I get that as a community, we have no say on some of this because of the law. And then there are areas where we can say, what can we have a say in? And that's where I'm trying to figure out what the both and is on that.
I'll give you another just example from Folsom, right? So we've restricted ADU height even to different areas of town, right? So our historic district, we have set a strict height basically, which forces, you can make a 2-story, but it's really tough because there's just so much. The ADUs have had an outsized impact due to them being forced down by the state, not going through a local review process, everybody kind of, freaking out and trying to make it work in our code very quickly, and then state law changing every year around ADUs. And so the process was just jumbled implementation, right? And it's been that way in a lot of jurisdictions. But what we came to finally is to limit things, but basically where the state calls you out and says you cannot, reject these. Fine, great, state. Thanks for shoving it down our throat. You want to take local control. You've said these very specific provisions are where I have to cede control. So cede that control to the state and don't cede it anymore, right? Like obviously, I'm a supporter of ADU construction. I'm a supporter of more housing, but what I'm not a supporter of is loss of local control. And so that would be my suggestion is that we look at it and put protections in place to say, hey, here's what you've mandated. We'll give you that. Everything else, we've got our standards that we've spent a long, long time creating and going through a lot of public input in order to create. And I can jump to options, or we can jump if, sorry to get
I don't
on
really
my
have any more
soapbox.
questions. So I'm happy to communicate. You're asking, the board's asked for a formal recommendation from the Planning Commission?
Correct.
So go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, attachment 1, those are all optional. Those are all above and beyond what we have determined to be the minimum SB9 requirements. Now, within the red line strikeout version of the code, there also is some area where we've gone above the minimum, obviously, with the 1,200 square foot versus the 800. But most of the other elements, we are just following what we would require for a single family home, except that we're restricting that second unit to 1,200. So you can reject all of the options. You can modify the options. You can modify what we're proposing in the red line strikeout.
On the upfront portions, I don't have any issues. It's the options where I'm not in support of A at this is the way it's framed. B on the private road dynamic having consent. I'm not against that. I think there's something in there. I'm curious to look more into C. I don't know. I don't feel like I have enough as to whether or not we should look at combining, if that's what C was. If I'm recalling SB9 with the ADU, I feel like I would be intrigued to know more, but I don't know that I'm comfortable making that recommendation at this time. But I'm comfortable with B as an option, and I'm comfortable of a modified A if we wanted to look at, I'll say, a hybrid around this is the threshold, and then having a discretionary component built in, or having staff look into that as something where we can, have a public process.
Yeah, I'd say the big red flag for me is that we don't have the lot coverage in our code where most jurisdictions have that to protect them. So, that was kind of my thought around the 800 versus 1,200. Like, why don't we get lot coverage in place and then we can look at increasing it? Versus the vice versa is we put 1,200 in there and then we work on lot coverage for the next 2 or 3 years. Well, there's a lot of units that get built during that time.
And to your point, though, because it is somewhat concerning when I think of communities where we don't have a lot of, I'll say, major improvements from a drainage, from even just how you manage, stormwater. Like, you start adding more and more surface to some of these areas. Those things are going to impact the communities. I know we're not allowed to look at some of that based on the rules, but that is something that we should be at least aware of, because those impacts are going to occur whether or not we're allowed to look at them. So, communities like Carmichael, where we don't have a lot of formal sidewalks, we have some curb and gutter, but it's designed based on what is there, not necessarily what is going to be there. And when we're not doubling the size, but in a lot of areas of Fair Oaks, Carmichael, Art, and Arcade, you're talking about significant increases. If we don't have that coverage, as you're talking about, there'll be impacts. And I want us to be, I think it's smarter that we talk about those things up front versus making a final decision without having at least considered what those things are going to do, because it's more expensive on the back end for us than on the front end if we don't do this right.
And I think you brought it up earlier, but I think the investor-builder concern is there, right? We've seen it with ADUs, right? And in those neighborhoods and those communities that it makes a lot of sense that you have very high home prices per square foot. The investors move in, and you start getting offers to homeowners. Hey, we'll construct your ADU, right? You're going to make, an extra $2,500 a month in rent, right? And those appeals start going out, and it kicks into overdrive some of these processes. Like, I don't have any issue, like, hey, if a one-off multi-generational family wants to build a secondary dwelling unit, I don't think that's our concern, right? Our concern is when it kicks into overdrive and we have, 5 builders advertising on social media to construct your secondary dwelling unit and split your parcel very quickly with ministerial review. So I'll weigh in on the options real quick. I would definitely be a no to A, and I would be in favor of basically reducing it down to state requirements only until we do a lot coverage review. On B, I'm kind of in the middle. I'm like you, Commissioner Stici, that I could see it being fine as long as fire is consulted, and the other participants are consulted. There's some concern in my mind that there would be some pressure to push this through, like, this is just a ministerial process, right? But I could get on board for B, and C, I'm a definite no in combining these, just because I think if we drew these up on some standard lots, it would be, with no lot coverage, it would be crazy what we're allowing, because that would be 4 units, right, instead of 2. And so if we start looking at those, it's going to be like, a little apartment complex, basically, on a residential lot. And then I don't love the board. If the board wants to go with it, it's fine. It's really odd to me that we're going to say all the Board of Zoning Appeals stuff goes to the Board of Zoning Appeals, except for this one item that goes to them. Like, if they want to reserve that, that's well within their rights. But it's just like, do we give them like, hey, here's the 99% of the things, or the 99 things that would come to the Planning Commission that you guys have designated as the Board of Zoning Appeals, but this one doesn't. It seems like an incongruency, and I don't like incongruencies in government. I like things to be cleaner, so that's my request, to push back a little bit on that and just say, does it really make sense for them to be that person?
So Sorry, I've been processing. I've read all the material and just kind of needed to hear it and think about it a little bit more. But I am okay with option A. I am okay with option C. I think that both of them provide options for families, for property owners to figure out what they want to do with their own property. But I also really like that the ADUs and JADUs count towards our low-income RENA numbers, and I think that was really, part of the intent of SB9, and we do need more housing. There's a lot of millennials, young people of color that are looking for housing, and I think that this provides that option that I really like. Option B, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of in the middle with you all, but I think I could get behind it based on what I see in front of me and what staff presented. I could support that today.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And we're going to Commissioner Borja.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Again, appreciate your patience. I think I'm okay with option A. I do want to note that there's a 2021 study published by UC Berkeley on the SB9 eligible parcels and market feasible new units by the largest county, Sacramento, named one of them. And I do want to point that there is a possibility of 11% of total market feasible new units that would be eligible under the SB9 lots. And I echo the sentiments of my other commissioners about the concerns that there could potentially be a flood of these folks who are taking advantage of the law and that was, rightfully voted and enacted and signed by the governor. However, I do believe we need to have safeguards on our community input and the processes that we have. So I, would really just caution the staff or recommend to the staff to provide as much safeguards as we can. And even though this might be a ministerial and a streamlining kind of act, that we really do look at, especially the concerns that Commissioner Chatishi brought up, because with the drainage problems, it might not be seen on just one parcel, but the more we approve this, it exacerbates, and we're going to be looking at a lot more issues moving forward, especially on older established neighborhoods that are in D3. So that's just my 2 cents, but thank you for the well thought out discussion this evening.
Mr. Chairman, are we able to maybe break this up into several different motions so that we can maybe move the things along that we have concurrence on, and then maybe look at each of the other options separately?
Yeah. And A, B, and C are clear, but I'm not sure how to capture the kind of red line stuff that wasn't part of A, B, and C. That's the only thing I'm...
Certainly. So in your discussion on A, I also heard a little bit of concern about the red line strikeout that would allow for 1,200 square feet. So that's an issue there.
So we can take that separately, 800 or 1,200?
The 800 to 1,200. And then the other comment on the red line strikeout had to do with Chapter 6 and the appeal process for multifamily going to the Board of Supervisors instead of the BZA. Did I miss any other items?
Yeah, and I didn't go watch that Board of Supervisors meeting, so if it was very clear that they had reviewed it and they thought about it and that was their decision, I don't want to step on any toes, but you guys were there, so you tell me.
We were there, a lot of discussion in that hearing on the SB2 package, and yes, it was clear from at least a couple of the board members they wanted that specific appeal to go back to the Board of Supervisors.
Well, then I'll let that one lie then. So. All right. So I think if we can start with the 800 versus 1,200, my main concern on this red line portion is it's above and beyond what the state is asking us to do. And I'm not saying, in my opinion, we shouldn't have a maximum cap that is subject to ministerial review. I think we should write our code in a way that says if it's below the ministerial cap, that goes forward 100%. Based on the objective standards, but if is not 100% within those objective standards, being 800 square feet, and then it goes to a discretionary process. So this person that called in, they should be able to, in my opinion, build a 2,200 square foot ADU if they've got a 1 acre lot. I don't have any issue with that. Bring it to the staff that's what they want to do, and they don't want to split the parcel because they have no intention of selling the second parcel. And so that, to me, where ADU law makes a heck of a lot of sense, and that's how it should be applied. So I would ask that we reduce that back down to 800 square feet until we get some lot coverage provisions in place to keep from overdevelopment.
I'm sorry, where are we looking? Is it?
Yeah, is this in the context of the code amendments?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct, it's table 5, 7D. If you're looking on the red line strikeout version, it's on page 9 of attachment 3. And it's the 5th row down, it says SDU only, 1,200 square feet of habitable area. No, that was specific to, actually, yeah, I think it is on that one slide. Well, it's the slide 11 though is about if they go to the 2,000, so it's a little bit more. Yeah.
Would there be a way, I'm just going to throw this out there as an option, would there be a way to put in a lot coverage requirement on this? Like, hey, 1,200 square feet's great, but lot coverage is less than 50%? And then we don't have to go through a 3-year process of looking at all the lots?
Yeah, I would think that would require, probably not part of this package, but probably part of a subsequent zoning code amendment package. I think that's something that could be considered.
I'd even go up to 60%. Just throwing that out there. But not tonight.
There's nothing stopping you from making that motion.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's. Do we have another comment?
I want to clarify the question. Is it adding in to this recommendation a requirement that applications for these types of permits go through some sort of lot coverage analysis, or that the county do a more broad analysis of lot coverage countywide or in the urban area?
I think probably both. So, I think that we should have lot coverage in there to protect us with the state mandates that are going through. It seems like that's a protectionary code that other jurisdictions are using to slow down the loss of local control. So yes, I agree on a wholesale approach, we should look at it. But in this case in particular, I was wondering if we could put it in as a SDU only, like, hey, we're fine with 1,200 square feet as long as minimum lot coverage doesn't exceed 60% or 50%.
How do you think that would affect the environmental?
So it would be a form on the SDU application, which they would fill out showing lot coverage.
It would be, right? Because if right now we're saying 1,200 regardless, if we have the lot coverage, you could actually only maybe be able to get to 900, so it would be less development. If 1,200 was the, okay. I'm sorry. So your suggestion is 1,200 would be the max.
No.
Or I'm sorry. I'm not phrasing that right. We would put in a lot coverage similar to so for example, like City of Sacramento says you get 40% lot coverage or 2,400 square feet of structure, whichever is greater. So on a smaller lot, they may exceed the 40%, but when you add up all of their dwelling units and all of their sheds and everything else, they get the maximum of 2,400 square feet. Is that kind of where you were kind of going? So it would be like 50 or 60% up to, or 1,200 square feet, whichever is greater. Is that kind of where you're saying?
Or you could do it the opposite, which is what I would prefer to see is that, hey, you get 800 regardless, because that's what the state has shoved down our throats. So you get 800 as long as you meet the 4-foot setbacks, or you get 40% lot coverage, and we get rid of the 1,200 square feet, and then you can allow larger units.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, some practical challenges to propose some kind of comprehensive lot coverage zoning ordinance right now, without doing a workshop, without having planning have the chance to examine it, analyze it more. You can certainly make a motion. It might be impractical to try and do something specific right now, but you can certainly make a motion along the lines of, on the ordinance changes, a sweeping move to deny with the comment that you'd want to see a lot coverage element added to all of this. Or you could say, move to approve except for the, that third row, which you think should have a lot coverage element added to it, and which staff should work on. That's your comment to your communication to the board for them to consider, and then they can say, hey, it's a great idea. Staff, go back and work on that lot coverage aspect to all this, or they can dismiss it out of hand or whatever they want to do. Just for what you're trying to do right now, to do a numerical, a quantitative lot coverage proposal is probably maybe not the best way to approach it at this point.
Sure. Yeah, I was throwing out numerical because lot coverages are generally in a tight range, but when we start talking RD1 to RD10, they vary drastically. So, yeah, I guess then I'll make a motion, because we're going to kind of handle this in sections. So is it best to kind of straw poll these first, and then combine a motion? Or
yeah, probably.
Okay, perfect. So my first straw poll then would be on the 800 to 1,200 is basically to modify this to 1,200 square feet. Leave it at 1,200 square feet of habitable area, but to also include a lot coverage similar to our existing lot coverages as researched by staff.
Leaving it at 1,200? Or?
Yeah, we can, I guess it doesn't make too much of a difference to me if we end up with some lot coverage in there.
I'm comfortable with that. I was part of the Planning Commission on the ADUs where we tried to hold it at 800, and we can clearly see where that's already moved. So
sure,
I think 1,200 is fine and I like the idea of the lot coverage research.
So may I ask for clarification? And what I heard was it may make sense in some of your areas with smaller lots that number is different than it is on larger lots. So for example, 40% on a 6,000 square foot lot versus 40% on a 5-acre lot. So what you're wanting is for us to kind of look at surrounding jurisdictions on kind of what their coverage ranges are based on probably different lot sizes and propose some different coverages based on our zone districts.
Yeah, I guess what was brought up earlier is that kind of the intent of SB9 was to treat the secondary dwelling unit very similar to a primary dwelling unit. Mm-hmm. So, in that case, if we could build a 10,000 square foot home there, let's let them build a 10,000 square foot home there, right? I don't know how many lots would accommodate that, but if that meets all the other development standards that we have for that area, and the only thing we're doing is allowing them to split the lot, I'm fine with that. It's just a matter of, I think we may end up with a min and a max and some sort of lot coverage, which can ramp up and down, the intensity of the development. And I'm kind of questionable on the max. I don't even know if we need a max square footage, because all the other development standards already kind of set that, right? And economics will set it. Nobody wants an 8,000 square foot ADU or SDU.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Commissioner Borja?
I agree.
Is that intent clear?
Yeah, I think so. So as long as we're allowing for at least the 800 required by state law, we may not find that we need we may not need ultimately the 1,200, but we're sticking with the 1,200 for now. And as we go through the exercise of lot coverages, that may be what ultimately defines the standard, is kind of what I heard.
Yeah.
Which is the areas, the jurisdictions that do a lot coverage, they'll have something like 40% lot coverage. However, if you can't build your 800 square foot home without doing 60% lot coverage, you still get your 800 square foot home.
Yeah, if we have to, yep. But then the architect can do their job in sizing up those properties where it makes sense. All right.
And now all you got to do is restate that in the motion.
Oh, great. Perfect. Option A. I heard a no, a yes, and
Well, do you want to take a motion on the code amendments part of this?
yeah,
Since
we
you
can.
were
I thought we were going to straw poll everything and then make it into one motion.
Okay,
but-
well, obviously up to you, but maybe piece by piece.
I think piece by piece.
Yeah, sounds great. So, so I'll move that we add a lot coverage requirement into table 5.7 C, but we allow 1,200 square foot of habitable area in there, but we will eventually, does that make sense? Is that enough?
Is it plus lot coverage? No.
I'll just say that we add a lot coverage requirement into table 5.7C in the SDU only habitable area section.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, and I apologize, I just wanted to make sure I got it. So you moved to add lot coverage requirement into table 5.7C and allow, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the rest of it.
Lot coverage requirement in a 5.7C in the dwelling size portion of the table.
I'm sorry, I can't read my own table up there. It's actually table D.
Oh, it's
table D.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading the line right above it. It's 5.7D.
Oh, I got it, 5.7D. And just to recap to make sure that I've got it right, so you moved to add lot coverage requirement into table 5.7D.
And to evaluate the increase of habitable size based on lot coverage.
Increase of habitable size based on lot coverage. Did I get that right, guys?
That sound right?
Size based on-
Yes. And
Yeah.
is this, does your motion include then all the other changes outside of the options A, B, and C?
It would.
Okay. I will continue to second that.
That was,
I just want to make sure, well, if everybody else understands how the lot coverage requirement coexists with the ability to build up to 1,200 square feet, I understood it as lot coverage being an additional layer of a requirement. So yes, you can do up to 1,200 if you meet certain lot coverage standards that staff is going to analyze.
That's not our understanding. It
No.
would be that 1,200 square feet or the lot coverage, whichever is greater, I believe.
yeah. So 1,200 square feet, but you could build greater once we have a lot coverage requirement developed.
Correct.
So we're giving the state a little bit extra.
Yes.
Is that okay with everyone?
I've already lost that fight, so.
You and I both, okay.
Okay, so the motion was you moved to add lot coverage requirement into 5.7D and to evaluate increases of habitable size based on lot coverage. Did I capture that pretty accurately, or is that?
Can you read it back one more time? Sorry.
Sure. So you move to add the lot coverage requirement into Table 5.7D, and to evaluate increases of habitable size based on lot coverage?
Based on maximum lot coverage.
Based on maximum, got it.
Is that more clear? Yeah. And I think that may really tie into option A also.
I mean, as option A stands, I would reject option A. I think this already resolves that issue.
So let's take them. We've got a motion.
So yeah,
and
you've got a
for this
second.
one.
You got a motion on the floor on the code amendments, not the options.
Yep.
Just
All right. Go ahead and call the roll.
Okay. Commissioner Borja,
Yes.
Corona Sabignano,
Yes.
Raythel,
Yes.
and Tatishi.
Yes.
And the motion passes as, the motion passes.
This, I'm just going to say this would have been easier at 6:30 p.m. versus 9:30 p.m.
I don't know that it would have.
All right. We'll now move on to option A, which is the larger SDU size allowance. So the kind of break in, if it's a half acre or more, we jump to 2,000.
I feel that the motion as we passed just now addresses this issue, and I would not be looking to, from a straw poll standpoint, I'm not looking to actually approve this or see anything around A move forward.
Got it. And I don't know if we can just take these independently, right? Just take
Yes.
a motion on each one.
Yes.
So I'll move to reject option A. That's it. To recommend rejecting option. We recommend let's just reject option A.
Second.
Any further discussion before I call for a vote?
Sorry, I'm just confused.
So option A basically has this break point in it, right, which says you can build up to 1,200 if you're on less than half an acre, and you can build 2,000 if you're more than half an acre. But what we're saying is let's establish a lot coverage and let's not make it so discrete, like you're in box 1, box 2, or box 3. This is just we're gonna hopefully have this gradient where we allow people, which kind of respects the intensity of their current development.
Got it.
Is that an appropriate summary? Correct me.
Yeah,
That
the
reflects our
motion's
understanding.
fine. I mean, you're rejecting this option.
But I was
But
making
you're
sure
proposing to reject the option.
So on larger lots, it would naturally allow for larger homes without
But
having
we
to worry about
added-
whether you're a half acre or less than a half acre, depending on where the lot coverage comes out to.
Okay. But what we just added to the other motion does take care of this. So would allow a home
That's correct.
building of up to, okay.
Based on the lot coverage analysis, depending on the site-specific context.
All right, let's call the roll. Or Commissioner Borja, did you have any further things to add before we call for vote?
No, thank you.
Okay, please call the roll.
Okay, Commissioners Borja,
Yes on the motion.
Corona Sabignano,
Yes.
Raythel,
Yes.
and Tatishi.
Yes.
And the motion passes to reject option A.
All right, we'll move to option B. And we got a lot of maybes on this one, so I'll let somebody else make a motion on this one.
So I will say I appreciate the idea of getting consent from the neighbors just to make sure that there is some public input when there is a private road. So I like the idea of option B, just in the sense of, again, there's in the event that even county staff talks to the fire department or other things, if there's a public health or public safety issue, that there can be a rejection of the SB9 based on that, because I do think there needs to be, again, some consideration given to the size of the private lanes that exist within the county there, and the impacts that would have potentially adversely on the neighbors who share that private drive. So I would be in support of adopting option B, or recommending it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I have concerns about abandoned parcels. That's my only concern without having public right-of-way and having a private agreement. So I would encourage us to find some way to record those and make them more permanent. And I'm not sure what that looks like, but you guys may have a better idea.
I'm not against that being in there. I just don't know how to, I don't know that we can codify it, but I think we can absolutely encourage, staff to look into those things.
Recording the maintenance agreements. I mean, you can
That's
record any contract that affects the use of land. So maybe we don't have them do that right now, but yeah, you can make that a requirement.
And is there a way
I think we can. I think they can suggest that be a requirement. I think we would need to explore whether or not that's possible to condition that with SB9.
Oh.
So I think it's fine.
But this is going beyond SB9, right? Isn't that what each of these options is?
No, it would still be processed under the SB9 requirements, right? I mean,
But it's going beyond the minimum state requirement.
So then I think what Chris is getting at is if a project is coming in and going through an SB9 process, can we condition it because it's supposed to be ministerial? So it would have to be addressed via some other county code mechanism, I think.
Yeah, so this is not an ad hoc condition. This is something you're going to write into the zoning code. Whatever property owner is going to take advantage of SB9 and add on another dwelling unit, and that's going to create this issue of, that's one more unit on the private drive. They've got to get this maintenance agreement signed by their neighbors and recorded, and that's going to be written into the zoning code.
okay, I think it's worth exploring. Yes.
All right, with that commitment to explore, Commissioner Borja, any comments before I call the roll?
No comments. Thank you.
Can you
All right.
articulate the motion again, please?
Sure.
There was no motion.
There was
yet.
no motion.
I thought you motioned.
It was just a
just
comment.
straw poll. Got it.
Do you want to try to frame what you just said into a motion, or I can make a motion trying to assume what you were? I mean, so the thought is to recommend option B be included with staff looking into compliance around whether or not we can record maintenance agreements in the event of SB9 being triggered. Is that in essence what we're asking for? Mm-hmm. Is that clear enough?
If I may add just one little nuance, perhaps adding to the maintenance piece and access aspect of it as well.
I'm fine with having an access and maintenance component to it.
Second.
And are you ready?
Clear?
That's
Is that
perfect.
clear? All right.
And are we ready?
We are ready to call the roll.
Okay, Borja,
Yes.
Corona, Sabagnano,
Yes.
Rezone,
Yes.
and Tatishi.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right. Option C, I heard a no, a yes, and a maybe. I'll kick us off with the first one. I guess my main concern is that this, I'm fine with 2 buildings on a property, but 4 buildings, basically going from single-family housing to 4 buildings on a property seems relatively extreme to me. Doubling the number of our dwellings seems extreme to me also, but at the same time, I can get on board with doubling a lot easier than I can get on board with quadrupling. So 4 houses on every single family parcel is a little scary to me. So I would move to reject option number C, letter C.
So I guess my question to that is around, by not combining, does that really preclude 4 dwellings or 4 units? So at this point, they either pick the ADU or they pick the SB9, but neither, they can't do, in essence, both on the properties. Or if you split the lot right now under SB9, you build a secondary unit, that precludes them from then additionally building an ADU or a JADU within there. Is that how I understand that?
Correct. So if they do the urban lot split, by state law, they get a maximum of 2 dwellings on the resultant lots. So they can have a primary on both, and then they pick, are they going to do a junior ADU within their primary? Are they going to do an attached or detached ADU? Or are they going to do the SDU? But it's a maximum of 2 once you do an urban lot split. So that would be part of the conditions that go on the urban lot split map. That would restrict them from being able to do more than the 2 units. If someone chooses just to do ADU law and not do an urban lot split, you can have a primary, you can have an ADU that's attached or detached, and the junior ADU has to be located within the habitable space of the primary. So physically, you don't even really know that that unit is there. So to the chair's comment, physically at most, it would look like there would be 2 units on the site. And that junior ADU is also restricted to a maximum of 500 square feet.
I would be inclined not to support combining the laws.
Is that a second?
Sure, second.
Okay.
I'm in favor of it.
What's that?
I'm in favor of option C. I think it provides an option. I think it, when legislation is passed, it doesn't mean that, one thing is one, they're separate. I think there's always a way to figure out how to integrate them, and I think that this does that. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Commissioner Borja, any comments before I call for vote?
No comments. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion to reject letter C, option C. Go ahead and call the roll.
And Commissioners Borja,
Yes on the motion.
Corona Sabignano,
No.
Raythel,
Yes.
and Tatishi.
Yes.
And the motion carries to reject option C.
Any other requests on this item before we move on?
That's brutal.
All right. We are moving on now to the Planning Director's report.
Okay, very quickly, maybe in the interest of time. I mentioned the Grand Avenue appeal earlier. I just wanted to make note that we did not receive a further appeal of the appeal hearing that you all heard on that 2-lot parcel split, so that is complete at this point. Next item, in about 13, 14 hours, perhaps. We'll be back in this board chambers to talk about the Metro Air Park SPA amendment package. So that's going before the board tomorrow. The recycling industries project that you also recently heard, that is going to the board on September 13th. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention was, I'm not sure that I provided an update before, but we have made effort to combine the subdivision review committee and the zoning administrator hearings into one hearing. And so we've just recently started that earlier this month. We think that it's going to be an effective way to cut down on the number of days that we're having meetings, but also in a way to make more efficient use of time. So that's all that I have. I don't know if Todd has anything to add.
Just one quick thing. I didn't chime in during the hearing item on Lund, but I'm certainly understanding the chair's question about the timing of that particular application, and I just wanted to add on to what Chris and others already said, and that is that we are dealing with a number of staff shortages and a very high volume of applications. And so we're trying to prioritize amongst ourselves those things that are mandated, those things that are producing housing or leading to production of housing. But we are also trying to staff up. So we got a lot going on. That's the short version.
I appreciate that. And I know you guys are working hard. I appreciate the amount of volume you guys already do. So don't take it as an insult. I just love seeing businesses grow in our area and successful businesses finding a bigger headquarters. Gets me excited. So the quicker we can get them in there, and it sounds like they're a construction company, so we want them out there working.
Indeed. And my providing that input is just so you folks know what we're dealing with, and certainly we understand that you're also very busy as well.
Any miscellaneous scheduling items?
Other than I mentioned to Commissioner Tatishi that we do have items lined up for both of the September hearings, so we will have both of those meetings.
Sounds good. And any general public comments this evening? All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn at 9:43 p.m. Thank you all for your participation tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you and good night.